skön vinkel, eller hur? Bästa streamen på Twitch. Ett skrivbord. Logga in på Twitch så jag ser chatten i mobilen. Sist gjorde jag 4K-stream. Så gjorde vi via Sony-kameran. Nu är det mobilen. Men vi är fortfarande 4K. Oops. Den börjar bli varm redan. Jag laddar den samtidigt, kanske därför. Får nog hämta fläkten. Sådär. Nu har vi chatt. Oh, 250 megabit. Det har jag nog inte sett. Sander, if you have 720p, that means you're on an inferior browser. What are you using? Firefox? Are you on Linux? Make HEVC work. Because, yeah, the feed on Twitch is 4K. It's just your computer who can't play it. Let me show you. 4K. If you don't see those options, it's because your computer doesn't support it. Camera, civilization standard. Cool. Hi, guys. This is. Did video stabilization really kick in? Now it's had off. Now it's on standard. Oh, it's because I'm on auto. Never mind. There we go. Yeah, that looks better. Hi, guys. Let me just confirm my output settings that they're 4K. I think they are. Streams, RTMP, 4K. Yep. We're at DreamHack? No, it was not a DreamHack. I had sick kids and wife. I was sort of not gonna go, and then I decided to go, like last minute, like a couple of days before I decided to go. But then the fam got sick, so I couldn't. So yeah. But if you only see 730, you need to activate hardware acceleration. If you're in Chrome. If you're in a different browser, there's other hacks. Google how to play HEVC in your browser on your system. If you're on Mac, it should probably just work. Yeah, if you're on Firefox, there's a guide for it. I should actually pull that up. I have a link, I can do that. It's absolutely a doable thing. I don't think it's difficult. I'm not sure if you have to pay $5 or not. Sorry, $5, $1. Microsoft had this thing where they will sell you a license for $1. We'll look at it. This link is gonna come handy, so might as well pick it up. I'll have to look at that. Oh, I wonder if I have a way to make a command easily. Copy message, copy link. There you go. Now how do I... Oh wait, it should probably be copied on my phone now. So I can press paste. Yeah. There you go. It might stay, it might not, I don't know. But that's good enough. Now we have the link. That's how you get it to work on Firefox. Flame is yellow. Should I prepare to... in case it fails, it fails. We'll figure that out then. The reason I'm doing phone now is I want to experience this as more people would. Not a lot of people run around with a big mirrorless camera streaming, so I just wanted to try it out. Okay, so what we're doing is we have this tumble dryer. Let's see if it does it. It started doing this funny thing. Maybe. No. At least not yet. Oh, now it's kind of... Just now. It's the song of its people. Yeah. Not the best. Hi, teacher bro. So we're gonna do something about that. I have this phone holder I haven't tried. We'll see if it works. Ooh, look at that. Nice. So you guys will sit there and I'm gonna just move this out of the way so I get in behind it. I'm gonna see if we can fix this. Like, the sound is very distinct. I already know what it is. It's the bilge pump that pumps water. And this has been intermittent for a while, so it's just, I haven't had the time to look at it. Ooh. Oh no, it spins. falling shot. We can figure out a solution, I'm sure. Like putting you on the top, maybe. Oh no, the top is plastic. It's gotta be here. Let's see if we can do nothing. No, it still spins. Well, you're probably not gonna fall. Should have gotten the clamp instead. So I can put you on the side here. That's probably not gonna help me. Or a POV view. That would have been nice too. Is it standing on some blocks? No. No, it's just standing on its own. Okay, we should probably remove everything that's up there first. Let's see if I can do this then. Nope, that's not strong enough. Clamp. Almost like we should go and get one. This way I don't see chat. Am I missing out? Or saying something fun? Not optimal. I guess I could go and get a second phone. Second phone acquired. I don't know. No, I can see chat. So yeah, we have issues. I need the clamp for the phone too, so I can put you guys on something. Can't be holding you guys. Oh, that's so good. So, see if I can do this. I imagine it being a fairly easy repair. I mean, a washing machine is, sorry, clothes dryer is rather unsophisticated. There's not a lot of parts that can go wrong. Come chat, let's go and get some cleaning supplies. Can't have it dirty. So there was like tons of shit up on top of the clothes dryer. Because like how often do you clean up there? It's like storage. Look at this. Ooh, nasty. Just let me put you back. Just put you higher up. Nice. Could take out the laundry too, but it's moist, I don't want to. Maybe you guys want to come down again. Hi, Lennon. A little more. Okay, it's a little crooked, that's probably okay. Can't hurt things. Okay, what do we see? Oh, that's how you do it. That's easy. You just pull it backwards and it sort of clicks out. And that makes the side panel go loose. Jesus. And it goes all the way out for. Oh, that's weird. Huh. That was easy. So, should we have unplugged it first, maybe? Maybe. Let's do this whole breaker. Okay, the drum is magnetic, surely. Heck yeah. More or less sufficiently magnetic. We'll see if you guys stay. You only see 730? Yep. Look at this link. Paste. Go. That's how you fix it. You better do it because HEVC is going to be the future on Twitch. So even if 4K is far away, 1440p is happening first thing next year. So then all of your favorite streamers are going to require you to have HEVC. So you better figure it out already. This is how I'm trying to figure out camera positioning. It's not optimal, is it? On other streams, you mean 1080p? I mean, there's probably like one other 4K stream, and I assume that's not what you mean. We need a lamp. So yeah, your problem is HEVC playback. So you need to figure out how to activate it, and then you'll see the 4K options. So the sound is coming back here. which means this thing, because it's the pump, right? And this is the water tank, the gray bit. That's the water tank, and that's the pipe that pumps it up to the removable water reservoir. So if you follow that back, goes down here, comes in, and this is probably then the evaporator is here, so it would make sense that this is the tank. And then electrical connection, which should be the bilge. So this is the pump or a controller, I'm not sure. That's step one, unplug it. There we go. We could try it now. I mean, the machine would give us a fault code, or perhaps just be angry at us, I don't know. Perhaps just not pump water. This looks like it would have some sort of something you push here to undo it. Like maybe a pinch. There are these screws around the base. So it kind of looks like that would be stuck to like molded into this plastic piece. So maybe you have to undo the whole thing. But then it's connected here. Yeah. So you probably want to remove the back plate first. Oh, it's just one screw, so that's pretty easy. Okay. Undo that screw, and it's these screws, and they are Torx. Is this also Torx? Yep. What could that be, like a T? Ready? Hell yeah. Can we use the machine? I doubt it. That's manual labor. We'll probably need a different type of machine for it. Is this T20 going to be too low? Just right. Okay. That seems like a safe place. That's the back panel. And that probably only has to come out of the way. And there's an electrical connection. How do we get that out then? Push the sides or... Can you see, Chad, if I put you here? How do I get it out? Could have worked. Alright, we need to go to the wide angle. So that's the connector. We gotta figure out how to take it off. It does not seem obvious. Well, just some violence. There's no tabs at all holding it in. Too easy. I thought I'd need a long T20, but I probably didn't. This one or that one? That one has slightly different color, so I don't think I need to take out that one. Hi, Skittish. It's fun. It was fun. Yeah, this is 4K 30 on a 3090 Ti, streaming and recording. Using like 80%, like I said on stream. Let's see. Does this come off? Yeah, buddy. Is it free? Do I just need to violence it now? Oh, that sharp metal everywhere. There we go. Nice. Let's bring this over to the sink, I guess. It had a bit of water. That's how you wake your family up. What is going on here and can we fix it? No, you can do it with a 980 or newer. Actually, no, you can use enhanced broadcasting with a GTX 980 or newer. But to do HEVC, I think you need something like a 20 series card. I'm not sure. Okay, this is definitely a motor, big motor, and then there's an impeller. So this thing could use some cleaning for sure. Let's go get something to clean it with. And then let's see if we can get into the impeller action. I mean, the pump is working, it's just making a horrible sound. Okay. Because you're doing, with enhanced broadcasting, you're sending like 5 tracks at the same time. That's why you need newer GPUs, because they have more encode engines. I think we have a toothbrush in here. We have a couple actually. That one looks nice. And we have some spray in there already. Let's go. Toothbrushes are fantastic for cleaning. Okay. Let's see if the suction cup actually sticks to the mirror. This is a magnet and a suction cup. It's not the strongest magnet, not the strongest suction cup, but it's made for cars. It might work. Full microfolie. We'll see. Might work for a while. Cool. So yeah, it's a great mount for cars because it suctions to the paint of the car and holds magnetically. Yep. But it's not great as a suction cup alone. As we witnessed, we could put it on the counter itself. That's acceptable. That's good. I don't want the electrical cable to come falling. Can you help with that, John? I'm thinking if I put you, here, like that, you can hold this cable. Seems really dumb. And I probably should have clamped it. I just don't want water to get in the connector so it corrodes. Oh, I guess I can do this. Let's just clamp it like so. And then we'll just put you here. I'll do the phone, put you here. There we go. Phone here. Move the diapers. Oh, now I see chat and can clean, and the connector doesn't look at me. I'll roll up my sleeve. I mean, if this was easy, what would be the fun in that? And there's a circuit board down here. We could probably take that out. Since there is a screw, and if we can take it out, we might avoid getting it wet. I'm thinking this could be a moisture sensor. But I don't know. And what would the moisture sensor do? It'll probably sense if the pump has failed, and therefore you're flooding your basement. I was gonna say you're flooding your bathroom. So yeah, it's just a cavity down here, no electronics, which means this is definitely a moisture sensor. That if the pump outlet, which is this, if that would fail, then the water would spew like this and fill up this area here, and water would come down into this thing. That makes a lot of sense. So yeah, don't get this thing wet because it might give a false reading. Yeah, because that's just a closed container. So yeah, it's definitely a sensor if in case the line breaks. And this is potted with epoxy, so no water can get in to the electronics, so we can clean all around, no worries. This part is meant to be submerged, so same goes here. No issues cleaning it. And this is just wastewater, so it doesn't go into your clothes or anything. So it doesn't have to be spotless. But I'm thinking, like, if the dirt buildup falls off and lands in the impeller, it's going to clog up the pump. That's why we want to clean. At least some of it. Okay. So, does it look like the pump comes off? Yes. It kind of looks at least like there would be some sort of clamps here that I might be able to break. I mean, it's plastic, so breakage is rather likely. Take a little bit at a time from each side. See if we can get it off. One of the pegs broke. That's to be expected. It's plastic after all. Nothing like a little epoxy couldn't fix. There we go. Okay. Got the housing off. What do we see now? This is the impeller. It's making the bad noise. Spins quite freely. So I wonder where the noise comes from. Whoa! Probably the shaft, right? Probably the motor shaft. I don't think I can access that. We can try. I mean, since it's got to be watertight, it being sealed is almost a guarantee. Like the shaft would come out. Nah. But what do I see then? I see I mean, it doesn't make a sound when I just rotate it. So I'm thinking, is the rubber impeller rubbing against the housing? Like, would there be any marks? Nothing that I can see. So ventol, because hi Hansen, it really sounds like rubbery, so that's why I thought it could be the impellers itself, but they have good clearance everywhere. But I do see a motor shaft in there. I'll turn up the brightness a bit. It's like a sealed bearing motor housing. I see maybe a strand of hair, but it's not like clogged up with hair or anything, so I don't expect that to be an issue. Perhaps we'll just lube it up and order a new part. I mean, these things, I didn't expect it to be serviceable. Let's dry it first. Let's see if we can plug it in and run it upside down. Let's put some I wonder if this comes like straight through the motor, or if I can have it pull up. Yeah, there we go. Now there's like a little puddle of goop. Okay, let's see if we can run it like this upside down, so that it lubricates the engine shaft, motor shaft. Could work. I mean, we're experimenting, so we'll see. What's the worst that can happen? Do I want to clean that? I do. Probably should do that first. That gives the motor some time to soak up the... Yikes. That can't be good for the pump. All that slurry. How do we clean that up? I think kitchen towel. There's so much water. Pumping it up seems kind of a mess. We'll use stick. Almost. Until you fall, this is perfect. So it was not perfect for long, but hey, it's fun while it lasted. So I guess we're going handheld then. So this is a heat pump tumble dryer. So it works like an AC or a dehumidifier, where there's a compressor, it compresses a gas, and then it releases it, and then there's a phase change cooling cooling it down, and cold air can't hold moisture, so it falls out of the sky into the pump area where it pumps it out. So it doesn't heat up your clothes like a conventional machine would. It basically just I mean, it does make it hot, like 40, 60 degrees. I think you can run it on the cold program where it's 40, and there's a hot program which I think would be around 60. So all of this water is steam, or at least it's supposed to be steam. But I bet it sucks in some lint from inside the machine. It's like all the... For that one person that might have some interest. It spins your clothes around, pulls it through a filter, pulls it through a second filter, and then into the condenser unit that cools the air, and the cycle repeats. That's good enough. So now we're going to plug in the moisture sensor. It can only go in one way. We don't have to put back the moisture sensor just yet. And then we have to plug in the motor. And it's still full of liquid up there. Of lubricant. Oh, it might splash everywhere. Oh, this will be fun. Ah, it's the blue wire. And it also can only go in one way. The machine is not powered on, otherwise this would have, I don't know, 24 volts, 12? Not enough to kill you. So that might splash oil everywhere. Let's see. Turn it on. Oh. And then play. And this will probably spin and spit liquid everywhere. Oh shit, it's such a bad idea. Oh, the machine is open, luckily. Give me at least a piece of paper so I can catch it. We'll see. Might work. You push the button, chat. Spinning. Oh, that's interesting. It's like hopping. Oh shit, it started spinning. I'm not prepared for that. Seems very unbalanced. That actually kind of scared me. So what happened was the whole drum started spinning. And I could have had tools in here in like a very stupid way. Sheesh. I was getting not prepared for that. Yeah, it's now spinning a bit. Like, I mean, it doesn't make that awful screaming sound. And then stop. Let's stop. No injuries. No catastrophic events. That's good. Let's get the screws and put it back together. There's that screw, the bottom lid. I think the smart thing would be to order a new one, just to be sure, because I don't think lubing it's gonna hold. I mean, at least not for long term. It's probably gonna hold for a while. That goes on like this. This is plugged in now, but I pulled the power, so it shouldn't come on and scare us again. That arm broke. That's probably fine. And we probably have to clean out this area. Let's do that with the hairdryer. I feel like that's the easy way. Unplug. Because otherwise, that's where the moisture sensor goes, and I'm worried that the moisture sensor will trip. That'll be bad. I didn't think about that one. When I first put in there, I closed the bathroom door, but now that I've been running out in and out, I'm so fast. It's a great point on that. In chat, if you're watching the stream, make sure you're clicking 4K, and if you don't have 4K as a quality option, you have to activate it. Your computer probably will support it, you just have to click some buttons, do some things. If you're using Firefox, I know there's a link you can follow that will enable HEVC for you. Where do you fix? Paste, send. That's the Firefox fix. I think most other browsers work too. I mean, Chrome works by default, I think. At least on Mac. And then most phones will work. Some, like Apple TVs and stuff, won't work yet. We have to unplug it. Route it the right way. Cool. Just shove it in here. Let's grab the second phone before we do anything else. And take a picture of the pump name. Will it flashlight? No, not if it's off. Picture. Is that readable? Kinda. Is that an R or a B? Let's take another one. Let's go 2x. It's a B. That's more easy to read. Okay, cool. So here we have a picture, so we know what component it is. We'll order a new one and put it in next time, because I mean, I guess if it's like 6 months before it freaks out again, maybe I'll keep fixing it until it breaks. But if tomorrow it starts beeping again, I'd rather have a replacement unit already. Easy peasy. Oh, screw it in. I mean, I don't think it would be catastrophic if you forgot it, because it's never supposed to be overflowing with water. There might be some splashing going on, so it wouldn't be good for sure. This one is like on the far side. there's a seal along the whole edge. So I imagine it potentially filling up with water like all the way. So you definitely want to make sure that it's tight without cracking the plastic. I might have overdone this one. Looks like the whole thing is bending a little bit. Yeah, it was definitely bending. We don't need that. It's plastic, so of course it's gonna bend if you think it's. Way over the not even close. Put that on. Shoot back in place. Ooh, and done. Would this be sound deadening maybe? Does it serve a purpose? Maybe. Maybe it helps like blocking some of the sound from the impeller. I don't know. Clasp in on the bottom and one screw on the top. Press it down at the same time as the screw goes in. Maybe I can use my hand. Yeah, let's go. The same here. I just think this is a little anti-vibration panel. Cool. So before we close it up, let's turn it on and just see if it makes a horrible sound right away. Oh, it didn't. Oh, that's quiet. That is quiet. Officially fixed. Just put the side panel again. You probably don't want to run the machine when you do that. Just to be safe. There we are. Most definitely ordering a new one. This comes in from the top. So, and it falls down. And when it's down, you push it in. And then it will clasp over the edge somehow. Oh no. It has to be all the way in. Never mind. So we have to come straight up and then hook the bottom and the front at the same time as we're lifting. There we go. back together. All is good. Come forward. Like so. Now, just have to push this back in place. That's the mark. We can dry our clothes. Oops. For how long have you guys been in the dark? Sorry for that. Nice. Oh, the remote got pinched in the back. And I mean, it might be like 2 days until it starts beeping again. We'll see. Hopefully longer. Only some seconds. Nice. I want to deprive you of the joy of watching me finish. So all you need is a T20 and like 10 minutes of time, and you have it out of the machine. So definitely not a problem that I didn't have the part. Worth trying to fix it. I expect it to break, and I expect it to need replacing. And we'll see. Oh, we're gonna bring a new one for the table. I used up that. Whoa. Box. Oh. I think we should figure out a nice replacement. Those diapers maybe up there so you see that they exist. So you don't go thinking we're out. An hour yesterday cleaning the drain. Started backing up. The water started backing up. Wasn't enough flow. Problem with having 3 people with long hair in the family is that drains you need like cleaning twice a year, at least twice a year. That one goes upstairs, that one goes to the stroller, this one goes in the laundry. This one goes to the cleaning cupboard. So no one brushes their teeth with it by accident. It's kind of the risk of having the same toothbrush for like the brand, the same brand and model for cleaning and toothbrushing. If you forget to put it back and sorry. Don't think Siri is using a purple though. Is she? Maybe. I'm using a blue right now at least. Let's see. Is Siri's purple? Green. Yeah, hers is green minus blue, so we'd probably have noticed. Let's let's put the headlamp on charge. Phone. I guess I could just airdrop the picture. Share. Airdrop. I think it should just have it automatically. Yep. Oh. Alright, welcome back. Apparently airdropping have you leave the app. Phone. These mounts that I'm using, we have them like to put in the stroller area, and we have a couple in the car, and we have one when we go shopping to put the phone on the shopping cart as a tripod. This is of course easier to do with 2 hands. I bet there's like a quick clamp that we could get for this rather than the screw clamp. That'd be nice, not gonna lie. Put you on there. Once I tighten it. Well, I can show you. So the phone has a special case, and it just sits on there. It'll come off. Click the button, it comes off. You can put it landscape or portrait. We have them on like selfie sticks too. So we can have them on a selfie stick, we can put them here, like that. Shwoop. If you want to read chat from the stroller. Or if you're walking the kids late at night, you can watch them. That's frankly what I use it most for. Cool. Or a headlamp on charge. Otherwise Siri won't see in the morning when she goes for a run. Oh, you did good, machine. Go upstairs. I want to make a cup of coffee before we go upstairs. No. I want to drop off all the things first, and then we can make coffee. Because I couldn't carry a cup anyway, so we might as well. So these mounts that I was using, they're normally, I think 20 bucks each is the MSRP. but they had them on sale. So I bought 5 of them for $8 a piece. I think that's more reasonable. I mean, considering it's like a pretty advanced mechanical lock and magnets and the GoPro fingers and like a 84-gram mount. I think $8 should be a constant price if you ask me. But development costs, I get it. I get it. And it's also liability. Like, the stuff needs to be good, or people don't like it when their phones go flying. Let's make a thermos of coffee. So why not? Oh, this is going to be tricky doing one hand. We're out of coffee in the packet. I think it works kind of nice being one-handed, all things considered. I've been so used to streaming POV with a camera that's body mounted. It's kind of strange to me doing it this way. But I see the charm. You're handicapped because you're holding something all the time. But it's super lightweight. And I mean, people handle being one-handed pretty well. Like, I'm happy with that. It's not as good as I would have done with 2. It doesn't matter. It's good enough. It's just different being one-handed. And since I can use the phone to sort of hold something down, like I can push the edge of the phone against something, it's kind of like having lost one hand and having a stump for an arm, trying to do something. Put your bets in chat. Who's gonna win, red or blue? There's a big death wobble on the blue one. Oh, the red one though. I think the red is going to die first. Oh, it's close, but the red one stopped first. Best out of 5? Hi, Mike. Red one got a really good spin. Are they going to collide? Yep. Red don't tackle the blue, and the blue one stops first. The blue one has a really solid spin. Really close again, but the red has it. I mean, you tell me, what can't you do with just one hand? I think one is plenty. Oh, it's so quiet. Can you hear it? I mean, you hear the machine, but you don't hear the pump. Let's go and order one. Or maybe I wait a week. Maybe I'm like, ooh, we can save 20 bucks. Because if this pump freaks out and I have to lube it every 3 months, I could kind of see it be worth it. I guess it depends on what the pump costs. Let me put you guys up on the desk. Like so. Oh, it's crooked this way. Oh no. This mount is broken. We'll figure it out eventually. Okay. Let me find another one. So, we're looking for a reception. One moment. Oh, it's probably, well, that's not, I should have sent it to my computer instead of sending it to my phone. Select, remove, cancel, down, show me everything. The picture, airdrop to, is Wi-Fi off or something? Yes, let's do some testing before. There we go, Mac Mini, done. There we go. Parrot party. So that image should be in the desktop. maybe. No. Downloads them. Data added today. JPEG. Let's go. Hi, Pogmanden. Was it Emil? I think maybe. Do we think this is the number? Let's copy that. Chat, we're truly living in the future. That looks like it. That looks very similar. So I say we live in the future because this is a picture, right? And I could just grab the serial number here and copy and paste. I get the part. It's just wild. You can just grab text. I mean, text recognition has been a thing forever. It's just so nice when it works. So let's see. They want $70 for this. 80, 60. German Amazon, 15 euros. Necessarily look the same. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it's the same pump in a different housing, and I don't think they're very easy to swap. So I might have to know exactly. This is more how I think ours look. Blonde. Sheesh, but I don't remember. So I really thought the photo of the pump would be enough, but that's true. I mean, that's just a pump. Perhaps there was a part number on the thing. How sharp is things? Like, can you read on stream? Can you read this text? Han YU 13. Like, is that readable for you? And then next question, can you read the image file names? Is it clear enough for that in 4K? Kinda. That's cool. Like, I think this would be too small for me to, like, if I was showing you something, that would be too small. Like, if we're on the internet, this is a bit better. But frankly, I would double tap it so it becomes this big. But yeah. Whirlpool drain condensation pump. 13 watts. Sheesh. Oh my lord, it's actually a 240 volt pump. It's actually 240 volts, and I was so nonchalant with the connections. I mean, I did turn the machine off, but still, that's a little sketchy. All right, our machine has the moisture sensor. These does not. Oh, shit, that probably makes ours more expensive. With, did I fuck that up? No. So there's the moisture sensor. Probably, I mean, it's something similar. It's not that exact port. Whirlpool condenser pump. Wrong one. I mean, worst case, we can probably do surgery and take the pump, but that's a lot of extra work versus finding the right one. Maybe we need to search for our machine. Rather than to search for the we have a Whirlpool, right? Okay, so if we search in Swedish, we find the part right away. Maybe the Swedish, ad block. Damn it. Copy link address. Does it have the ad in the end? Or why is that? Oh no. It's because of the Google services. And I can't override it, can I? I have like network-wide ad block, so I can't click these. But it's fixpart.se, so we can probably find it. Yeah, this one. That really looks like it. 3 screws, 2 on this side, 1 on that side. Insane detail. Hi, Nocturnal Scribe. It's so nice that you can zoom on the iPhone in the Twitch app. Like, that's an amazing feature. Here you have my fingerprints, in case you want to enhance. Needs more light. Enhance. Oh, I'm shaking. Enhance. Well, this could be anything at this point. No, that's true. Like, I actually think the iPhone's camera is my best microscope. So if I want to look at components, that's how I do it. I mean, it's really dark in here. One moment. So we have some lights. Whoop, so we can hold it still. It's not a microscope, but these are some pretty small components. Oh, yoink. Dusty board. So we were looking at the caps down here. Network interface. Oh, it's so hard holding it still. That's a 2.5 gig NIC. Could this be a USB controller? USB 3.0 controller, most likely. This is the power input stage. That's the voltage regulator. That little small black thing. Right, let's zoom in a little bit. So that's the voltage regulator, or the control circuit for it. A big inductor. There's some passives, caps, smoothing, filtering, that stuff. And here we have, whoop, that's the power management board. And these components are soldered on so crooked. I almost think that I've done something to them, but no, they were that crooked. So this component right here is 7 by 7 millimeters. For scale, it's got 40 pins. And then here, the RA621. I don't actually know what that does. It does something. That's a PD trigger. A no-name, unmarked PD trigger. So the traces from this some of it goes over to some power stuff. So that's power distribution. Could this be like a... It could be like a... It could be a HDMI output related thing, because it's sort of close to the HDMI ports. and some traces goes up in that region. So it could be some sort of HDMI component. It's probably a memory controller for the EMC. How am I doing tonight? Oh, interesting. Yeah, it's 4K. So it's 4K from the iPhone 16 Pro, and it's 4K to Twitch. And the stream is only nerding. Like, we're not planning on entertaining anyone. Just myself, I want to see how it looks using an iPhone. Last stream we did, we used the Sony A7S for the content. And we did like a little cooking segment. Just because, hey, I needed food, right? And it looks fantastic. Eating in 4K. And then we modified some boards and worked on building the next streaming rig. But now we're using the iPhone. I haven't seen it. It was published about, by the way. Publish. Yes. I cannot watch it until it's published. Okay, whatever. I was curious to see the laundry dryer repair. That's for another time, apparently. What's Lord Baconair doing? Taking screenshots on my fingers. This definitely seemed like the part, but we can probably... Oh, it's the same for a washer and for a dryer? Interesting. Yeah, we can probably figure out what model name our machine is. Let's try to remember that next time we step downstairs. Five star. What is it for? Sounds like a fake review. Yes. Let's do some work. Let's deal with the dryer later, because I don't know what model name it is. So what is the limitations of this mount? That seems to work. Okay. doing a little exploration here. Trying to figure out if I can fit 2 modems and a Bella box board in this thing here. So the current idea is sort of to stack 2 modems like this. Do I have another one of those boards? I mean, I do. Just not here. Should I pull it out on that rig? No. Let's leave that. One moment, I'll see if I can find another one. No. So I have 3 modems on the shelf right now. 1, 2, and then the third one is in there, I guess. So yeah, I probably don't have another one of those boards. Well, stealing from the other rig it is then. I mean, it's just 2 zip ties and USB plug. Okay. And also, we have to contemplate if this is the right call, because when we start adding carbon fiber to this part, I'm not sure it's actually going to be more convenient than to just do the whole kit from scratch before you go to bed. Yes, Lennon? Something about handicap? Last message you sent is about handicap. Ah, I saw that you sent it. I did, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Guess we gotta remove the standoffs. Ooh, that's big. Now the cooler should come off. One, two, three, four. One moment. It's got adhered with the cooling paste. There we go. There we go. Interesting. So, in order not to scratch up the antennas, let's remove them. And we can be a bit more rough with this thing. Though these antennas are probably not going to go to a customer, so it's not like I really mind if they get scratched. But we can be careful regardless. Let's keep the SIM card in. So yes, one on each side. And then unfortunately, the inside has some channels that has to be removed. But we can still get an idea, I think. And then this would sit on the inside like that. And that builds with the Wi-Fi chip. Let's get a caliper out. I have to contemplate if this is possible. Some headroom. If we put it at 10 millimeters, that's going to be fair. So we come out 10 mil. What's this entire depth? 39.25. So then 29.25, like that. The idea then is, can I fit a battery? Easily. Then we also need a battery plate, which I might. Within arm's reach? Maybe not. No. I'm pretty sure I put them back on the shelf. Hi, Lars. But yeah, it doesn't build much. Even with the controller, it's probably gonna work. And width-wise, this is the important bit and why I wanted a second modem. Width-wise, it goes in. Now, how's this gonna work temperature-wise? We might need a fan. I'm gonna be honest. Frankly, we might need a fan. The modems do not get particularly hot, but when you put two of them and an encoder in here, we're dissipating somewhere around 2.5 plus 2, so 7 watts, and then a capture card on top of that in case you want to do HDMI. That would put you at more. Capture card is like 2 watts, but if we use an external capture card, it doesn't matter. And this is mainly meant as an iPhone encoder. So in order to not use the internal modem on the iPhone and to give the iPhone more battery life, instead of using Moblin to do the bonding, we're just using Moblin to do the program, meaning ingesting like a camera, multicam, reading chat from, and then it will stream to this box, which has the modems that then pushes it to the internet. I wonder if we could figure out a way to charge the iPhone where it sits. Like with this cable, maybe? Is it long enough? Not really. We have longer cables. Ah, moment. Steal this cable and use a battery. because a longer cable would have interfered with the mount. This cable is not long enough. Nothing a battery can't fix. Or an extension cable, frankly. One moment. Long extension. Because I want the cable to be out of the way as well. So better use of longer extensions. We don't get caught in things. Charging. I have ordered a better top-down tripod. Should be here in a couple of days. I've ordered another very fun thing. Sony NX800. That's gonna be fun to try out. I'm like 60-70% sure that we'll like it. I'm not entirely sure it's gonna be the perfect camera for us, but very excited to try. It'll do 4K 60 over HDMI, so we'll be able to comply with 4K streaming in case Twitch decides that's going to be a thing. If you just tuned into the stream and it's not 4K on your screen, then if you have Firefox, for example, oh no. I think that Firefox is probably the most common browser to not be able to do it. Yeah, Edge works, yeah. Cut. Let's see. Here's the link. Oh, I can pin it. That's kind of a sad link to pin, actually. Not gonna pin it. But I'll share it. If your stream is 720p and you're on Firefox, that link will take care of you. So we're gonna have to do quite a lot of filing work, but I think this case is gonna be just right. And then the question is, will the heat manage? Not sure. So what I have to do, at least what I have to do, is to remove these tabs here. So I'm not sure what they're for. I bet you could put like a little caddy in between these. I haven't tried, Mike, but I was speaking to another one in a different stream, and I gave them that advice, and they said they got it working. So yeah, I have to remove that, because there's a couple of different ways to mount things in this case. So you have the channels here, up and down, if your item is that exact height. Like, you would slide it in like this, whoop, in those rails. Or you can mount it like this in those rails, both up and down. And you can have a thinner thing that slides in here on both sides and hold like a mezzanine board or something. So there's quite a lot of ways to mount things. Like if you would want them this way, for example, you could do that. But that won't help me, because I don't have that clearance. I like the form factor. I like the cooling fins. That means I can just mount the modems straight onto there, and the case itself will be a perfect heatsink. So I'm quite intrigued by this idea. And potentially batteries inside is not going to work. There's a couple of solutions for it. One thing is like heat might be a problem. And then we can add like a little backpack to it to separate it with a little standoff, so there's airflow between. But hopefully I'll be able to use these MPF batteries, and then I'll cut up a place where I can slide them in. So I can use these 550s, but I can also use 750s and 970s like these. So they would protrude, right? But if you shove it in a backpack, that doesn't matter. So then when you shove it in a backpack, basically look like a big T. But that's not what the plan is. So the plan is to have it be as small and as light as possible, and then you charge it from a different battery. So you shove a power bank in your pocket or whatever, but you can also replace them. So one of these, assuming we land at, how many watts? So it's 5 for the 2 modems, 7 with the encoder and a Wi-Fi, and camera is stock is 4.5 watts, but I'm going to remove screens and stuff, so let's count 4.5 watts. So you'll be at 7, 11.5 watts. So you get about 2 hours because it's 25 and then some losses in the voltage conversion. So about 2 hours of runtime. That's pretty nice. I was contemplating only using one modem, but it's going to be significantly worse for signal and worse for convenience. It's so nice just having the modems be a part of it rather than hotspotting from a phone or whatever. And these perform better. So the thought, one of these is 2.5 watts. So it's going to be either 11.5 watts or 9. I'm not sure that matters. Because I mean, at 9 watts we get, let's do some math. Just some rough math. Okay. So we can have 25 point, is it 2? Yeah. And then we do 0.9 for some voltage losses, conversion losses. And then we divide that by 11.5. Then we have 1.97 hours, so 2 hours quite exactly. Oh, that didn't help much. Screen is dirty. Okay, we'll keep it dirty. I think I made it worse. And if we go to 9 hours, it's 2.5 hours. 9 watts, sorry. 2.5 hours. I'm not sure that matters if it's half an hour extra for the inconvenience of hotspotting every time. Hi, 715209. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be worth it. And if we have 25.2 times 0.9, and we divide that by RTMP input. So if we're streaming RTMP from the camera, which is most likely what we're going to do, or HDMI, then it would be 8. Then would be at almost 3 hours. With RTMP, it would be at 3 hours and some change. This is what I'm building it for. Not HDMI capture, but RTMP capture. Either from a GoPro or from an iPhone. So then wife will be able to take this little thing, and for 2 hours she's fine, which is about the same as the phone actually. So that's kind of a nice combo. That would be 3 hours and 24 minutes. And in 1080p, the phone definitely does 3 hours over RTMP without using its modem. So that's kind of neat. But in 4K, it uses more. Oh shit, I just realized the encoder will probably use more as well in 4K. And the modems are definitely gonna... Sheesh. This thing is gonna be hot. That's fine. There's a huge argument not to put batteries in this. But then this case is too big. That's the truth. Case is too big for that. So what I'm going to do in that case is one of two things. I can still use this enclosure. Just cut it and then shrink it Oh wait, I can't. I'll have to shrink it this way, and my packaging won't allow that. In case you're new, stream is 4K. If you can't watch 4K, your browser sucks. Let me know and I can guide you to fix it. The idea was this type of packaging. And that would allow battery and battery management to sit here. Like so. And at 1080p, the heat I think would be fine actually. I think we might have to add a fan, but that would be acceptable. Fans are very lightweight and they pay for themselves in the sense that they reduce the power draw with more than what they pull. So it's just the weight of a fan that matters, and they're quite light. But I'm thinking things, if I make the battery external, USB dongle modem, these ship as a unit from waveshare.com. Oh, too close for focus. Waveshare. And the modems are ARM 520 and 530. And this is another, whoop, this is another 520. The 530 I just ordered to see if it was any better. But since I'm not using millimeter waves, I think they're very equal. Power draw is the same, so it's no drawback, but yeah, I don't think you need / should get the 530. I'm just so happy with how well this fits. And like, it doesn't seem like it would fit now, because it doesn't. I have to modify the case a little bit, but it will fit. Like, I have to take away the antennas and stuff, but it will drop in all of this, which is sick. This is like very small. How small, you ask? It would be 0.275 liters. That would be kind of sick, frankly. If you're never going to charge the batteries, it would be pretty easy. If you just accept hot swapping, that's pretty easy to fit space-wise. But to cram in the charger here too, that'd make it harder. So you could, of course, do external charging. You could, of course, do external charging, but that would, it would suck because then you need chargers everywhere. Suck is maybe the wrong word, but like, maybe you need one charger in your fanny pack, one in your car, one at the office. It would be rather convenient if you could just plug a USB-C in and that's it. If this is for me, I can do compromises like external charger, but if it's for a client, no. And I think it's just going to be too much heat with two modems to reasonably put batteries in an enclosed container like that without airflow. So fan will be a must, and with a fan kind of sucks because it adds noise that I don't want. So I want to avoid it as much as I can. We'll figure it out. Okay. Do we get a follower? Urinburken. What a nickname. Hilarious. Oh, I just realized it's probably very hot. Yeah. The iPhone is not overheating. That's pretty impressive. I mean, it is red. No, yellow. It's yellow. It's not even red. We're all good. But one could argue that it's a little too hot. We might deal with it. So, I can mount the batteries externally. It would become a little hump like this. I think I would accept that. Just like that. And then I would have a very easy time fitting the other electronics inside. And I could make the circuit in such a way that it's just a PD trigger that feeds the board power and charges the battery at the same time. I could probably make that work. Maybe. Yes, because the board takes DC. This is kind of magic solution just for me in this very niche case. The board takes DC. So instead of using a voltage regulator, I can use a charging circuit and then just hook that output to both the battery and the board, because the board doesn't care if it gets 8.4 volts or 5. It will run equally great no matter what. That way the USB-C to PD to charger would charge the battery and power the board. So I could just pull this out and the voltage would go to 8.4 and the board would be happy. And then if you want to be able to pull out the charger and run without a charger, you just plug this in and you get 2 hours of sort of UPS backup power. It's not a terrible solution. Another solution would be to have a companion box next to it. It kind of fits a battery. Let's imagine there's a battery inside. And then you make it like a nunchuck. This is the safer thing, I think. So this is the encoder box and this is the battery box. And it could of course be something bigger to fit more batteries. So then this is going to be hot. So you hang that outside your pocket. And then the battery you put inside. Oh shit, I just realized, if it's something that is similarly sized, like this, for example, you could put them just enough apart and attach them by the top. So to like bridge them over like this. Oh. So bridge it like this. And then the batteries are not hot, plus they want to be temperatured. If it's winter, they don't want to be cold. So your body would provide them with 30, well, at least 36-degree pocket temperature, which the batteries would love. But the hot part would be in the cold air. And then imagine this being your trousers. How do I explain this? Imagine this is your inside of your pocket, and this is the trouser, and that's the outside. It would slide in, so the battery sits in the pocket, and the encoder just hangs on the outside of the pocket. And then you don't need any belt clips or anything like that. You can just shove that in your pocket, and that's done. You can still put a little fishing hook on the inside to latch it to the inside of the pocket. And you probably want to make it like the thickness of pant fabric, like that. And it would help if this is shorter than that. That's a weird idea. We're prototyping, so I mean, we should do weird things. So the part of the process, explore, create fun things, try them out, see if you like it. And then if you have bigger pockets, you can of course put the whole thing in your pocket, and then you still have that air gap between the hot side and the cold side. Kind of like that. Another solution that I've been wanting to play with is using capture clips, which is a product from Peak Design. It's basically an Arca Swiss plate, if that says you anything. And this unit would be rather convenient to be able to put on top of a camera as well. So this is very suitable to use with a GoPro, for example. So then let's remove the modems just so we don't damage them by accident. That would be the base, and then you could put the GoPro on the base, and then the antennas would sit, you know, like this maybe. 8 of them. I haven't figured out how to solve the antenna problem yet. So this would be a pretty cool setup, I think. You probably want a little pole handle. I would make it very close to the like iPhone setups I build, but for a GoPro, and way smaller and with double modems, because the iPhone setups sort of rely on you using the iPhone's modem. So this would make it equal, but slightly more affordable than the iPhone. Better stabilization. More durable is arguable. That's the thing. GoPro is almost dying as a company because phones are so good. IP68 and ultra wide angle lenses and cinematic stabilization. Not as good yet. But, you know, it's just a couple of generations away and then these will be obsolete. This with a media mod is heavier than an iPhone 15 Pro Max. It's about the same weight as a 16 Pro Max, but it's lighter than a 15 Pro Max. Definitely lighter than a 15 and a 16 Pro. So I don't know. I don't know if I actually want to build a rig for GoPros. Like, a lot of people like the idea of an action camera. They feel like the phone is more fragile. But have you seen people throw phones in mouse cases? Are you sure that a GoPro would survive this? Like, it probably would, but are you sure? I would say that's pretty durable. Like, that's a big drop. Yeah. And I mean, they drop it from a bunch of things and run them over, and whee! Oh shit! Oh, bouncing. So I think it's the GoPros are more durable. I don't think that's true anymore. And if you get a dive housing for a GoPro, you can go deeper. And I don't know if these survive salt water any better. I mean, if you have a dive house for them, sure, but there's probably dive houses for iPhones. Now I'm too curious. I have to find out. Of course. And they're affordable. Oh, right. Add. iPhone 7 and up. How deep can it go? Rated at 40 meter? What is the GoPro rated at? Don't know. This one? Oh, this one has battery too? 100 hours of runtime, rechargeable batteries, 60 meters. Dude, that's pretty sick that it has a battery as well. But of course, I mean, why not? Vacuum pump, tactile shutter button, rechargeable batteries. Oops, wrong mic. I mean, they're both amazing, so. Dude, that's pretty sick. I wonder if the navigation buttons are Bluetooth controls. I assume they are. Easy sharing. Intuitive with Bluetooth keypad. So that means this dive housing could probably work with mobile in. Oh. I mean, probably. That would be pretty sick. Not gonna lie. And it's only 400 bucks. And it works for... Is your iPhone compatible? Check here. It works for the 16 Pro, 16 Plus, 16, 15 Pro Max, yada, 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 13, 12, XS. It works for all of them. So it's like, you don't buy a new one for every generation of phone. It's 60 meters underwater, 100 hours of runtime. That's probably doing nothing. I don't think it's 100 hours of record time, but most likely it will run longer than your oxygen tank. So that's pretty cool. And then you just need like a coax cable to send it up to the surface, because wireless signals travels very poorly. It would be cool if it had like a network pass through, but that's asking too much. But I assume it's plastic, the material. It weighs 1 kilo with batteries. And it's not metal. It's some sort of plastic. Diving. Operational temperatures. Never exceed the minimum or maximum of your iPhone. Camera modes. Works with the ultra wide. Did this say reinforced fiberglass technopolymer? So yeah, it should definitely let signals through. So argument stands. GoPro suck. Don't get me wrong, I have one and I love it. But that's for POV. The iPhone's form factor makes it impractical to have on my face. Although I really like to. This thing feels very bulky. If we can't do batteries, we can do better. Because these motor modules, if we cut off the antennas, fits within that frame, which means we would, the width would be pretty much the same, because these boards are 30 each. So we wouldn't get much with SIM cards, maybe a mil. No, actually more like 4 mil. Yeah. 3 mil. Would save 3 mil compared to doing this if we build a custom case. But where we really save is the thickness. Because this thing, yeah, 40, 43. And this thing would be, I mean, probably something like 15. So that's nothing. What's this? This thing is like 22, so this would be thicker. So if we relocate the batteries to a second, like if we make it a nunchuck, I've talked about this idea before, that I make one box for the batteries and one box for the modem, and then I run a little power cord between them, and that you put one in your pocket and one outside your pocket or whatever. That's safer for the batteries, allows me to use whatever battery we want, because we can just USB-C it. It drops some reliability, because a USB-C cable can more easily get disconnected. But it's going to be USB-C or DC compatible over the same cable, which is sick. So if this is for me and I want to use V-mount batteries, I can just feed this with the V-mount batteries, and then I can have a much more secure connection. Perhaps that's the solution. That means we have to go to the garage. Because now that I got this idea, I must execute it. We must right away cut these apart. There's two users at least in BellaBox community who said that these USB-C connectors are fragile. And you have to mistreat them quite a lot. But I can see it, like, it's just a plastic tab and soon. It's just a plastic tab and that piece of metal there that holds it. That little edge there, if you push this direction, you will break it. If you pull down, it's going to be fine. But if you push up, it's only the strength of that material itself, which is not very strong. So I get it. If you plug it in, like this and have it hanging off the USB cable, you'll break it, no doubt. But that's not how they're intended to be used. It's kind of a foolish way of doing it. Should I make it a dual modem? I probably should, shouldn't I? Or not? Because then so this is mostly planning for myself. Like if this was if I build this rig to be as good as this rig could be, would I put 2 modems in it? Probably. But also, fuck. Now I'm kind of questioning building this at all. Because I kind of want to go 1440p. I really should do experiments on Twitch, upscaling 1080p versus 4K downscaled to 1440. Because 4K is an experimental thing. It's most likely only going to be here until December 21st. And then we're back to 1440p. And in order to be able to use more cameras, and because like a GoPro can't output 4K. So to be able to use a GoPro, but also to be able to use the HDMI switchers that I have. Hi, I don't speak Spanish now. Hi, Edinsoft. So like the workflow of 1080p is easier. 1080p uses less power, so you get longer run times. And upscaling is pretty good. Because if I'm streaming at like a higher data rate, you can get pretty good upscaling results. Oops. I think we might have collected the Bluetooth headphones, but we think we fixed it. But I really want to make a tiny build. That's sort of the motivation here. They are 5G modems and they support dual SIM. They do, but the board only has 1 SIM slot. But the module themselves supports failover and software-defined SIM slots. Dual SIM is interesting as a concept. I assume here that you mean that both SIM cards are connected at the same time, and dual SIM, dual active, that's called, exists in these modem modules for phone calls, but not for data. The next generation, an X75, for example, this is a X65, and the 75 does dual active data, but they still need essentially 2 radio modules inside. So the modem has like a back end and a front end, and the back end can do it, but you still need double front ends. And by the time you add double front ends, the power savings are so negligible that it's not it's not a reasonable thing to do. And you need double the antennas anyway. Or you need duplexing of the antennas. So it's like compromises. I could see it being very useful in phones, because then you could just have both data connection be active and the one with the best throughput is being used. Or you could say, hey, I want to use data link 1 for, I want data data link 1 for my video call and data link 2 for my gaming, for example. So you get less lags when you're playing mobile games. But that's quite complex, and neither iPhone or Android really is set up to do that. So why would the phone manufacturers put in the technology for dual active data when there's no real use case? Streaming is the rare exception for us streamers, since like the iPhone 16 technically has the capabilities, and same with like Samsung S23 or 24 Ultra. Both of them can do it. But it's just the users that would benefit from dual active data is so minuscule that compromises on the cellular reception because you're splitting the antennas when dual active is there, or adding the extra weight and complexity of having twice as many antennas and double radios doesn't make a lot of sense. I would love it if it did, but it doesn't yet for the OEMs to implement double data. And yes, this board is going to run Bellabox, yes. It's a Radix A Rock 5A, but I've removed the GPIO pins, the network, USB 3 and USB 2 ports, so the board becomes thinner. And then I'll solder the modules to it instead. So I'll put them like this back to back, cut off the USB connection, cut off the antennas, and then, you know, use antennas like these, for example, and just plug them straight in. That way I can package them up together like this, and it will be sort of thinner than just the board itself. And because the hot ends are on opposite sides, they won't heat each other up particularly. Yeah. So then I could fit the board and 2 modems, boop, on the size of just a normal Rock 5A pretty much. But before we do that, I just ordered a new camera. GPIO LED to start stop stream. Dude, that's sexy. I'd love that. I just realized I had another one. I thought, I forgot I had this one. Actually forgot I had this one. Anyway, oh, that's where my 128 gig card is. Anyway, this board can do 4K, but there's no capture card supported by this board that can do 4K. There are capture cards that do 1440 that might work. Might. But Rational from Bellabox is going to add 1440p profiles to these boards, and it kind of makes a lot of sense to use them then. But man, that's heavy. Oh, where's the... heavy. It's really heavy. So the modded board, 26 grams, 89 grams. Sheesh. Now, mind you, if I remove all the unnecessary components from this board, it will also drop to 40 grams or so. but like when you pick it up, it's really heavy. It's kind of funny. But yeah, this board is a little bit special because if you solder an HDMI cable here, you get 4K 60 input. And by the time you buy yourself a 4K 60 capture card, not only will it use more power than this entire board, but it will also be a bigger, because you can't really find, at least that I know of, capture cards that are smaller than this that just do capture. So it makes no sense using anything else than this for 4K 60. For 1080p though, I still would use this, because this plus that, and ignore the cable, but this plus that is still than this. So it makes more sense to me to use capture cards. Plus, these capture cards are kind of finicky. They like they have some interference issues, which this combo doesn't. But we're going 1440, and I kind of think we need the bigger board for that. Yeah, about 2 watts in 1080 and 4 watts in 4K. So 4K is double the power, pretty much. So yeah, it's pretty big. So very low. I mean, a capture card can it by itself do like 10 watts if it's an uncompressed capture card. That's a big perk, Mike. Except my modems doesn't fit it. But I'm gonna order one anyway. So to explain what I mean. The board he's talking on looks essentially just like this. But the HDMI input is on this side instead. And then this is a Wi-Fi port for a Wi-Fi module. Sits a little down here-ish, aimed that way. And you can grab a modem module and stick it in it. But this modem module is too tall. It will interfere with the Ethernet ports. It only works for the 30, 40, whatever they're called. Not the full-size modules. But you know me, I wouldn't mind cutting all the ports off like this. So I can just, pew, stick it in, have it stick out a little bit, that's fine. That's sort of the idea. Plus, I don't know, I mean, Radix A are pretty power efficient. They make some good board designs, at least in my opinion. This is the best board for BellaBox by far, I think. But it's also possible that the onboard circuit that takes care of the modem increases the power draw by 0.5 watt. So that's the risk. Like both of these are Waveshare and they're fantastic. I've tried a couple of others, but yeah, all of Waveshare's modules are amazing, I feel. This one is pretty cool if you're not a tinkerer. This normally has the GPIO ports, so I just cut them off. This is to put on as a hat. So it has the same bolt pattern. So you could literally screw it on like this. And it comes with a little fan you put underneath it. So you're blowing the air off the CPU and off the modem at the same time. That's a super easy way of doing it. And this specific hat is designed for Raspberry Pis. And Raspberry Pi 5s use a 16-pin enhance. They use a 16-pin ribbon cable for connection. Unfortunately, I have not found an adapter from that to anything these boards speak. Not sure that exists, but you know, be cool if you could just shove it in this one. I think that's display out, so that won't work. But it would be cool. I don't think the camera interfaces, one of these are display out and one of these are camera input. Not sure which way is which. And I don't think they work as a PCIe input. Do I have a case suitable for the bigger boards? Like, should I? No, I've prepared this board and might abandon it right away. That's acceptable, no worries. I could use it just to make the HDMI go from GoPro to iPhone. That'd be a pretty sick use of that board. And I forgot I had this one. So if we remove all the ports from this, could make a custom carbon fiber enclosure, yes. But do I have an enclosure for it? That's the question. I do. I have 2 of these black ones, and I have, but I think this chrome one, or aluminum, I think this is going to be not deep enough. Oh, and it doesn't fit. But other than that, it'll be cool. Hi, Foyd. I'll have to cut some stuff off because it doesn't fit. If I slide it in there, it will fit. But then I'll probably knock some components off because there are some by the edge of the board. These boards very much suck in that sense because they have populated them all the way out to the edge. No, I build IRL streams, IRL setups for a living. So I guess you could say I'm an engineer. So you see here, they have populated like all the way out with components. And this is a speaker amplifier, I think. Or maybe that is the speaker amplifier, because this is the speaker output. That's a pretty cool feature. Most don't know about these boards specifically, that they have I think it's like 2 or 3 watt speaker amplifier. So you could, if Bellabox could run our alerts, you could just hook a speaker up here, like an 8 ohm, 3-inch speaker straight to it, and it would be powered. Very cool. But yeah, no one is using that feature, at least that I know of. Self-taught, yeah. Started building rigs for myself like 5 years ago, and I have built 37 rigs in total. That doesn't count for like small changes. It's just completely separate setups. I'm counting 37. And they're all unique because I just can't build the same thing twice. Got way too much ADHD for that. So I would have to extend this case. I can use the sides. They're kind of good for heat sinking, but they don't have any fins, so they're bad at heat dissipation. So I don't think I'm going to be using this extrusion for this specific build. It's just not going to be suitable, I don't think. Though I like the color. I'm not sure this is all that much bigger. Let me unbox it. I'm not sure this is... Yeah, it is. It fits. So I could cut it off a little bit. And then remove all of the ports, all of the I/O. And then I'm pretty sure I'm not going to need heat sinking on the back. So I'd cut out this entire portion of aluminum and replace it with carbon fiber. And basically only use the sides for heat sinking. Or heat sink through the top and bottom actually. And remove the sides. Because I think in many ways it's nicer having a rig that is wider but thinner. In a backpack it doesn't matter, it's just whatever's easiest to build. But if you're going to have this on your hip, what would you prefer? That's the question. I'm absolutely going to remove the back M.2 slot, because that's just for NVMe drives, so it's not used anyway. That will save me several millimeters. That'll be nice. Before I do, because it's, you know, some work and these connectors weigh very little. USB ports, HDMI ports, and network ports, these are heavy. Especially this chunker, dual 2.5 gig, very heavy. So removing that is a given, and the HDMI ports and the HDMI in. now that I say that, HDMI in is kind of a bitch because HDMI connectors are kind of small and hands. So soldering these is kind of painful. Not that the size is painful, it's just the leads melt because I have not found a HDMI that is silicone based. Have you done it with Moblin yet? This is Moblin. Do you mean streaming in 4K? Yeah, this is Moblin. Streaming 4K from Moblin to OBS, and then 4K from OBS to Twitch. No, I can do it on cellular too. I mean, I am on Wi-Fi because I'm at home, but yeah, I can do it over cellular too. And right now, ambient temperature is 26.9 degrees. And the phone is being charged. And the flame is yellow, which is perfectly normal. You only get 4K using enhanced broadcast. Yes. And hi, Dimitri. I don't know what this would be in Fahrenheit. Maybe I can hold this and it will change. Oh wait, maybe there's a switch. Yeah. There we go. 78.5 ambient temperature. So that's summer temp, and 4K 30 is possible. I don't think it's gonna cope with 4K 60. It can do it, but I don't think I think you need a fan on the phone. The phone can also output 1440p, but the iPhone camera doesn't have a dedicated 1440p rendition. So the way Moblin does it is it grabs the 4K and downsamples in phone and pushes 1440p. You'd think that uses less power, but it doesn't, because it's still the 4K camera, and then it's an extra downscaling step. So it actually uses a little bit more power, but in return you save on data. So the modem will, like, if you want the same quality at least, it will be it will probably make sense to stream 1440p. I haven't tested it yet. Twitch says that they might do 4K, but 1440p is guaranteed. So first thing next year, whatever that means, it can mean when they come back from Christmas holiday and New Year's celebrations. But first thing next year, everyone is gonna get 1440p HEVC via Twitch enhanced broadcasting. And the 1440p in the beta group that came out 2 days ago is 7 megabits, and the 4K, which the alpha group is using, is 10K. So right now we're pushing 20 megabits total to Twitch, but it's 10K for the 4K, and then there's 5 megabits for the 1080p feed, and then there's 3 megabits for the 720p. Yeah, exactly like Mike says. And everyone on Twitch was on 480p. Yeah, probably. I've gotten quite a lot of compliments, actually, for the sharpness in 4K. Like I was showing my fingerprints before, and people took snapshots. Yeah. So I think it's cool. I love 4K, but it's so impractical for most users to get to 4K. Like, getting gameplay at 4K is tricky compared to 1440p, and the most common screen size is 1080. So if you're gonna downscale it to 1080 anyway, you might as well use 1440p. So for Twitch, I really think it makes sense to use 1440, and I hate saying that, but I think it does make sense. And if you have a camera that can only do 1080p, if you just push more megabits to your OBS, then you'll for sure be able to upscale and get very, very good results in 1440p. Your data shows 50% or more on mobile. I don't know what that means. So I ordered a new 4K camera yesterday. I have the Sony a7S III that does 4K 60, but I ordered a camcorder from Sony. But this board will be the right board for it. Oh, your data shows that 50% of your viewers are watching on mobile. Oh, that's nice. Twitch data says the same. Sweet. I can check mine. Stats. Users, right? Not sure. Mine is a little skewed because I'm getting so much front page push. So like so little of my viewership is actual followers. Chat, 4%. 4% of people watching me follow. Trying to see the stats where analytics. Why is mine in Swedish, please? English. Oh, there we go. Analytic discovery. Okay. Hold on, chat. Swoop. So we're seeing. There's 4% of the viewers follow me. Rest is front page push. I have 25% in common with my wife. It's pretty good. Here we go. Web, 96%. 2% iOS, 2% Android. Do I still have DreamHack as a tag? That's perhaps not correct. What's that website? No idea. Rodney.io, that means people have go. That means people have been curious to see 4K. Delete. I'll show you what I mean. Yeah, I do still have it. eb.rodney.io. Here. This is a list of everyone using enhanced broadcast. So you can see Clean is the largest stream right now using it. And he got 1440, 1440, 1440. And then we have here 4K, me, and let's see if anyone else is using 4K. Nope. Nope. I'm the only 4K streamer on Twitch. Pog. I mean, is anyone here because of the 4K? I don't think so. I mean, now I'm using a phone for a camera. So that's like the worst 4K you get. I mean, it's a 50 megabit per second 4K link to OBS. It's pretty decent quality for being a phone. You will set it to auto. So I predicted this when Twitch announced that they're doing enhanced broadcasting. I said that people will hate on it, and then people will get used to it, and then they will hate everyone not using it. Like, give it, say February, if you're not on enhanced broadcasting, streamers are gonna, like, viewers are gonna come and tell you as a streamer, like, oh my god, you only have 1080p, pleb. Canadian internet, yeah, this is gonna be huge for you, Dimitri, because like you struggle. I mean, both for connection quality, but also for data. Like, data is so expensive in Canada that can you afford to push 20 megabits from your phone? Probably not. And you don't need to push 20 megabits. I mean, it's only 10 to Twitch anyway, so maybe 12 megabit. But could you financially just push 12 megabits when you're out biking? Not to mention you would need a camera that can do 4K, and you'd need an encoder that can do 4K, and you need a computer that can stream like 5 tracks. I'm streaming to Twitch with a GTX 3090 Ti, and it's using, I think, 80-90% of the GPU to do it. Though, I mean, that's just video cores. 80-90% of the video cores. So, that sounds expensive. Oh, yeah. I mean, Canada's beautiful, I get it. I wouldn't move just because the internet is expensive. I would make it work. For in Sweden, 55. How much is tax? 12%. Yeah, very like. I mean, is that Canadian dollars? Well, assuming that it's American dollars, which is kind of weird to assume, I guess. 12% tax, it would be like $60, 65. In Sweden, you could get 2 unlimited plans for that, which would be at least 2,000 gigabytes each. Or if you want to buy from like a premium ISP, then it would be something like, yeah, it would be something like $50-60 for 2 terabytes. But that's 2 terabytes if they feel like it. It's not guaranteed that they will cut off at 2. I mean, they might let you do 4 if it's just 1 month. But streaming, even if you stream 24/7, you won't really get to that data rate anyway. Especially on iPhone, because it's dynamic adaptive bitrate. iPhones are amazing. Let's rant a little bit. Most encoders do CBR, constant bitrate, and then you can have a dynamic element on top of that that checks the network condition, and if your internet is bad, it will lower the target bitrate for your encoder, but it will still be constant bitrate in the encoder. You will just tell the encoder to constantly output less. But what the iPhone does is it uses adaptive bitrate that aims for a constant quality. So the output bonding will sense the network and say, hey, you can safely push 10 megabits. And then the iPhone will say, well, yeah, I can push 10 megabits, but it's a static scene. Nothing is moving. And to reach the same quality, I can use 5. So the iPhone will say, I'm going to stream at 5, even though it can stream at 10. And you will just output 5 megabytes of data. So you will constantly be saving data unless you need it. So if you're biking on a bicycle and it's clear blue skies and no trees around, with a 10 megabit target and a network that can do 10 megabits, you're likely only going to push 6, but then you head into the forest where you get all the leaves and all the branches and all of the movement, and the encoder will be like, oh shit, now we need all 10. That saves power, saves data usage, and the quality is equal. It's fantastic. Yeah, that's even when you're using a GoPro. Yeah. So if you're streaming, where did it go? There we go. If you're pushing the GoPro to the iPhone, it will still use ABR, yes. So you push 8 megabits from the GoPro into the iPhone, and then the iPhone encodes that and streams it out with ABR plus dynamic bitrate. Pure magic for Canadians. And this works really well now. Really well. I was going to demo it, but I'm not going to. But that's mostly a GoPro thing, because GoPro has GoPro has 1,000 milliseconds delay when using stabilization between the audio and video that you can compensate for super easily in OBS. But when you're mixing cameras, like the built-in in the iPhone and the GoPro, it's a mess, because then you have to, in OBS, change the audio delay. Kind of sucks. That won't happen if you use a DJI camera, which is kind of nice, or anything else that does RTMP. It's amazing. It's a really cool setup, though. It's like if you only use the GoPro and you basically treat the iPhone like a screen you read chat and play alerts on, it's a super sweet setup. Like, if you're streaming in 1080p, which is all the GoPro can do anyway, you can literally put the iPhone in your pocket and it won't overheat. That's what I do too, Dimitri. And that's because GoPro doesn't allow you to use all the stabilization modes. Like, you can't use horizon lock. Plus, I want 60 FPS, so for POV content, I think 60 FPS matters a lot. On a tripod like this, I pick 30. I mean, that's why I'm streaming in 30. And also, because I wanted to try the iPhone in 30, I suspect the iPhone will not cope without cooling in 4K 60. But now that I have ordered a 4K 60 Sony NX800 camera, I think I need to build this rig instead of this rig. This is flippin' fun to make it this small, but this is for the GoPro. And I'm going to be using the 4K cameras for a month whilst we have this 4K test. So I really should build it on this board. Really, really should. And yeah, let's see if it boots. I don't know if this is configured or not. Longer USB cord. Dude, I'm very poorly prepared. Let me just turn off the other Bella box. So right now I have a 4K backpack setup running. I'm just gonna kill that board. Power off. There we go. Both actually. Yeah, the perk with EMC is, especially on these boards, right? It's perhaps small for most, but for me it's big. That is how many millimeters? Um, 7.4 millimeters of extra volume. And if you imagine a case is built like, let's use this because that's more reasonable. Imagine if this is the case and I have to make it 7.4 millimeters taller just for the SD card. So the SD card weighs nothing, that doesn't matter. But all this aluminum, it's like 7 grams, 10 maybe. So it's like you will feel it. And all the extra volume for no reason. So on a board like this, I would have put the EMC module in. It kind of sucks because, I mean, it's not perfect either, right? It's like you pick your poison because I have on this. Hold on. There we go. So the board, the modules enhance. The modules protrude when they are connected quite a bit, like that. So that will be the, there you go. That will be the thickest part of the board. Not by much. Not by much. Like the inductors for the power management stick out quite a bit. So let me put it flat. It's not huge. But there you see that is laying flat against the aluminum, and that's the amount of gap you get. So it's like maybe a mil. But since the packaging that I planned on using was like this, you know, on this board, this inductor protrudes the most. And if I put it in this orientation, you can see the inductor sits on this side of the EMC module. So it's actually these capacitors that would touch the EMC module if they actually were to touch. So the 1 millimeter kind of gets negated because they fit like puzzle pieces together. You know what I mean? So yeah, I prefer EMC for that reason on these boards. But to my clients, I don't ship them EMC modules because they're so easy to break. And they couldn't program them themselves, really. So they would be slightly messier. Like these are just easy to put in a card reader. And yes, you can just put an EMC card reader is like $20. So it's not a big deal. Unenhanced. Regardless, we're not going to use that board. And for the Rock 5A, the SD card doesn't stick out as much. Oh, sorry, Orange Pi 5 Plus. It doesn't protrude as much. On a perk though is that the EMC sits down there. And I have a bunch of the EMC modules that only work on these boards. They don't work on the R5A. So I probably should use an EMC module on this one. That's a very good point. Thank you for making me think of that. Otherwise, I would have just left the micro SD card. Hi, Gravel Master. How did you find my stream, buddy? Tell me your secrets. So, step 1, make sure this board boots. We get power. I'm not sure this is a flashed SD card, so I don't know what to expect. Oh, we should measure power draw. Yep. Oh, it's booting. We probably need internet of some sort. Let's see. Are we connecting? I'm not sure I'm logged in to my BellaBox account on this board, but I think I would be. Otherwise, we can find it locally. Yep, yeah, it's already connected. Oh, this was rather inconvenient to show you guys, but let's do it. See, it's on. We're good. Okay, cool. It works. Boom. Enhance. Yeah, EMC is a very good choice. You know. Matt says I have both iPhone mounts and GoPro mounts on my bicycle. Haven't tried streaming from a GoPro only recording. Matt, you know what you can do? You could put the GoPro under your saddle, filming backwards, and your iPhone filming forwards, and then you can do picture in picture. So you can take the GoPro and bring it up as a small view in the corner. I mean, if you want to, you can. So this board boots and works. The SD is ready to go. Turn it off. Stop blinking, which means it off. It's just good to know that it works before you start mangling it, so you know that it's not you who broke it. I mean, sorry. I have a couple of these boards that are broken, so I just wanted to make sure it's the right one that we're modding, so we don't mod it for no reason. You've never tried Moblin? Do you have an iPhone? If you have an iPhone, it's a really fun app. It's free. It's not freeware. It's proper free. It's open sourced with GLP license. Well, whatever license it is, it even allows you to take the source code and make your own app with a new name, like Larsum's streaming app for iPhone, and then you could charge people money for it. So you can take you can take Moblin's source code, build your own app with just 2 clicks, and you could call it something else and sell it for profit. Now, I mean, you shouldn't do that. It's kind of rude, but you can. That's how open source it is. That's the point I'm making. Let me think here. The goal is to make this as lightweight as possible. Hi, Waluigi. It's been a while. I'm having a great time. Can you watch the stream in 4K, Waluigi? Do you have the 4K option? Just have to remind people. I mean, HEVC is so new on Twitch. Like, it's been in the closed beta for like 2 months. But I've not seen almost anyone use it because it's only been 1080p at 5 megabits. So people have sort of been uninterested. But now we get 1440p in 7 megabits or 10 megabits for the 4K rendition. But only the alpha group gets 4K. All the closed beta users have 1440p. And it's still rare. I think there's 25 streamers on Twitch right now. 25 out of 21,000 that is in the closed beta. So it's very rare still. So yeah, I feel almost responsible to inform chat that if you can't see the 4K option, the 2160p, then you are probably on Firefox and need to do some updates and installs and click some buttons. If you're on Linux, it's a different procedure, and some browsers work differently. So like, you have to basically Google how your browser, can do it. You want streaming 40, but do you see the option for 4K, or is your highest tier 720p? Yeah, whatever. It can be fixed on pretty much any system ever. Linux is a bit strange. You probably need to use Chrome on Linux. So should we make the goal for this build to be an HDMI port tall, including batteries? I think that sounds good. So the idea is that this build can be put on a camera. That's sort of the idea. So weight-wise, it makes a lot of sense to grab a camera and to run the HDMI cable and power cable off camera into a belt pack or a fanny pack or something. But for convenience, having it all as one package is super big. So my goal is to have some flexible cables like this, and then be able to have it on my hip for comfort, or put it on top of the camera, like in the cold shoe or whatever. Damn, who's tightened that one? For convenience. Like if I'm at home and the camera is mostly on tripod, or I chase Siri around for, 10, 15 minutes here and there, I would keep the encoder on top of the camera, just for how quickly you can just put it on and take it off. And since this is going to do 4K, at least for the rest of the month, and then after that we'll see, 1440p is still going to require quite a lot of data. Although a more reasonable, I think 1440p could definitely be alright in 12 megabits, maybe 15, whilst I think 4K really wants 20, 25 megabits. And now I'm talking what you stream from the encoder to OBS. From OBS to Twitch is only 10, but it's a encoding step, and each encoding step lowers the sharpness. So the higher the incoming to OBS bitrate is, the better the outgoing bitrate will be, picture quality will be. So it's a little bit wasteful to send 20 megabits, but yeah, it makes it perceivably sharper. Let's use the plastic box it came in as an example, because I think that's pretty close to the height of the HDMI port, right? It's actually quite a lot taller. So that's not a good example. That's about the same height. But it will work for this example. So then you could slide it in like this, and then it's an all-in-one self-contained unit with maybe 2-hour runtime. That'd be awesome. But this combo is 15 watts run, like at least 17 watts maybe. So to get 2 hours out of 17, that would be 30 watts of batteries. 35 watt hours. So basically two of these then would do. So can I, in this volume, fit the encoder, 2 modems, 2 of these? I only had one on the desk. That's a challenge. And I preferably want it to be smaller than this, but this would be okay. And it's gonna need a fan, because 4K, it gets too hot at 4K. You could do it passively, frankly, if you heatsink it and you open air it. So unless you never put it in a bag. Dude, I've been wanting to try this, and this is the perfect timing. Okay, so this is a concept that I've been thinking of. Just gonna put the camera away. Imagine a dock, a battery and cooling dock. I'm just gonna see if I can find a little Velcro strap. So when you're putting the encoder on top of the camera, the encoder is very close to the microphone. So a fan would be picked up. That would not be good. But you're also open air, and you're probably moving around. So heatsink will be very effective. So put a couple of small heatsink like on the SoC and on the modem, right? And then you build, and this would be the encoder, right? Then you build a box like this, where you have more batteries attached to it, and a charging port, like a little USB-C or whatever, and a fan. And then this box has like internal routing for airflow to pass over the heat sinks somehow. And then you have this in your backpack with like a huge battery that will last you all day. And then you take this little thing and you push it in, and it's charging, and you get the cooling. Because it's in a bag, it doesn't matter. And then you need the cooling, but it doesn't matter with the sound because it's so far away from the microphone, so it won't be heard. And then when you want to put it on the camera, you just take it out, you put it on top of the camera, and you don't need the fan anymore because you're in open air and the airflow is enough. So yeah. Dimitri, the fan is controllable here. It's on and off controllable. So the fan port sits right there, turns on at 62 degrees Celsius of SOC temperature, and then it turns off at 59. So yeah, I mean, if you plug it in here, it will be constant 5-volt power. That's what most people do. It's wrong. This one is temperature controlled by the SOC, meaning that in the summer it will run, in the winter it won't run ever. And I propose using that. Like if you're building a rig, the SOC doesn't really need cooling, but the whole system might, your backpipe might. And then you can use your SOC temperature. If you put this at the highest point in your backpack, and then you have your batteries and modems down below, like batteries in the bottom for weight distribution, but also for temperature. And then you have your modems. So the modems heat up the board. So the heat rises, and then you have this like at the very top. So the SOC is more likely to overheat. And then on a hot day, then it will probably get 60 degrees. That will turn on a fan that then vents the air out of the backpack, cooling the batteries, the modems, and the board all in one. And that it's controlled by the SOC temperature. No extra hardware. Amazing. Just plug it into this JS something connector. I actually don't remember the exact moniker for this, but it's a Japanese standard connector. I think that's a super valid build. And they're pretty easy to solder to, because it's through hole, right? Yeah. No? It's not through hole. Okay, it sucks to solder because of the the connector on the enhance. This one is a little easier. You see the plus and minus there on the fan? But of course you can buy these off Amazon. Yeah. You can buy the JS connector off Amazon. You don't have to solder. It's just I solder everything. Yeah, the one in the kit. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's so dumb to plug them in to constant power when you have a fan port. Like, it's just cheapskates, Dimitri. The ones who make the kits, they're too lazy to source a fan with a JS connector. So they're like, let's do it this way, because GPIO fans is easy. But I don't think you can find a 40mm fan or a 30mm, whatever you need. I don't think you can find one with a JS connector. I know Radix A sells one. That is for the Rock 5A. I'm gonna replace this magic arm as soon as I can. Chat, you'll be crooked, it's fine. Tilt your head if you're bothered, just tilt your head a little bit, okay? Accessories. More for Rock 5A. This thing. This is a 25 by 25 with a JS connector. Did your neck broke? Ah. So this is the same size as the die, made to be plugged in. Only attaches with a thermal compound. It's kind of loud. I don't like it, but it's affordable. It's like $5, $2. It's super affordable. You might like. No, I don't. Oh my god, they have 4 gigs in stock. I almost don't want to tell people. That's a joke, by the way. I'm gonna do it right away. Let's go. Boom. Because this is the place where I bought my fan. But no. I mean, imagine it would show up as an accessory. Wireless module, blue edition. I mean, of course you want the blue edition, right? This is the blue. And this is the green. Ugh. Ugh. Why would you want that? Look. Ugh. 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 Why would you want the green? No, what you really want. What you really want. Oh no. They don't have it? Oh no. Can't find it. Oh no. It's out of stock. Listen. Oh no. They have removed it. Well, at least we can look at a picture. Are we back? Are we live again? Don't know what happened. Like, it could be my... It could be my RTMP server. It could be the iPhone. It could be Moblin. It's working, so whatever. But yeah, this pink edition was only sold with 16 gigs of RAM. It was like an exclusive edition. It was affordable, more affordable than getting the others in 16 gigs. But yeah, it only shipped in 16 gigs. Hi, Dagger. And it's a version 1.1. This is a version 1.2. What have they? We can find any visual differences. Any components that are different and changed. Nothing that sticks out as obvious, but of course we don't see the back, so it could be something. But on the front, you pretty sure you got the same circuit design. I mean, I've looked at this board so many hours, I kind of I feel like I would see if something was out of place, and it looks the same. So the question is, do they have any rear pictures? No. No. Whatevs. Let's see. I think these guys have the Rock 5B Plus. They do. But they don't have the 4 gig. That's fine. I can get an 8 gig. Ooh. So the difference is this is basically the same as the Orange Pi 5 Plus. You solder on your EMC module. So I guess I could desolder the module and then okay. Something causes it to crash. Don't know what. I bet it's a bug in mobile. It's been like huge changes done to the... Hello? Now this joint is completely fucked. My camera mount. Do I have another one? One moment, please. I do. It's longer and it's hot glued. I'll find a different way to hold it. Found it. Found another magic arm. Front. Oh yeah, mouse. I love it. I love the system. Oh, did the Bluetooth connect again? No. I think I ran out of power or something. My headphone. The mouse case I have them both for the iPhone 14 and 15. Oh wait, I have it both for the 15 and 16 Pro, and the 16 Pro's mouse case has evolved and it's amazing to hold. And these mounts are awesome, super fun to use, and we have them for about everything. We have one mounted to the stroller. We have two mounted in the car. We have one extra with a clamp that we put on the shopping cart when we go shopping, when we go grocery shopping, so that we could. Yeah, I've seen quad lock. I picked between quad lock and mouse, and chose mouse because I believe their cases have better protection, and I prefer the design of the cases. I know that, well, in my opinion, quad lock has the larger selection of accessories and mounts, but yeah, I picked quad lock. And it's also like the I picked the mouse, and there's also the cinematic factor. So I'll show you what I mean. You only have to press one, and then you bend it off. With quad lock, you twist like that, and it might seem insignificant, but that twisting action will make people more nauseous than to just click it and pull. You know, and attaching. No, it's not stuck to anything, but now it's on, and I just click it and I pull it off, super smooth. But imagine this was a quad lock. I would have to click, pull. It's not big, but that's why we went with the mouse system. And here's the new one. Scroll within. This one has been in the sun for many hours. That's why it's brown. It was black when it was new. The anodized aluminum browned over time. I'm gonna need 2 hands for that. Might need 2 hands for this too. Ooh, almost. Oh, failed. Yeah, I found the mouse mounts on sale for $8 a piece, and got a bunch of them right away. The mouse, they make very nice mounts, I think. So does Peak. I mean, I love pretty much all Peak products. I think they're fantastic. Oh, look at that. Oh, doesn't hold. Because I didn't tighten. Or where are we slipping? I don't want to Loctite it, but I will not have to. Also, we don't need it to be fully extended like this. We can fold it up a little bit. Okay, look at the PC. Yeah, they're all quite similarly priced. Oh, I can't wait. I ordered new top-down tabletop mounts. Should probably be here like tomorrow, or at least in a couple of days. Can't wait. Yeah, you pay like $50 to $80 for the case. And then you pay like $20 per holder. So that's pretty much universally true for all of them. I mean, you can catch them out on sale. But then it's also like if you're buying into an ecosystem, this is always true. Like if you're buying into an ecosystem, I would pick the actor that's been on the market for the longest, generally speaking, and that would be Quad Lock. I think Quad Lock has been around for the longest. But like I said, I think the mouse cases are more protective. I think they look nicer, and I like the latch and disconnection system with one button you can push either from above or from below. And you can rotate them like with the way I have it now. These are on the sides, right? Which is better if I have the phone vertical, in this orientation vertical. But normally, you see the GoPro fingers. Normally, this would be rotated 90 degrees, which means that the buttons will be top and bottom. That's what I want for when the phone is landscape, which it is when we're streaming, like this. Because then you can push on the top and on the bottom. Like if you imagine if it was sitting like this, you can push on the top, disconnect it. That means you can grab it one-handed. So a little bit harder to do. Like if the disconnection button would be over here and you grab it from around like this, it'd be kind of hard pushing that button with like the pinky. Whilst if they're top and bottom, I can just push here. Tick, tick. So that's a nice thing. And it's just one screw on the back. And then you can clock it whichever way you want for how you're going to use it. So yeah, what am I awake? What? I'm doing important scientific stuff. What are you doing awake? Why is my mouse freaking out? It's disconnected. Oh shit, and I can't connect it again. Älskar barn. And my kids are luckily asleep. There we go. Is it better after reconnect? Oh. Now it's better. Just a bug. Okay, so where did my music go? Kind of done with Taylor Swift. Let's go. Or are we? Right. Contemplating if you should pick this up for this project. I mean, it's going to take me 2 weeks to get this. And the 4K product testing is over by then. These are 2 SSD slots. That's a SIM card slot, and that's the micro SD. HDMI input. You can feed this board with 5 volts here, or 5 volts in the USB-C, or up to 20 volts DC on the USB port as well. So that's pretty neat. And this is onboard Wi-Fi, space efficient. I like this board layout. Oops. Wait, I'm gonna kill OBS. I don't need to have OBS running on this computer. Felt a little bit slow. But I mean, I have 600 tabs open and OBS ingesting 4K video. No wonder. It's just a base model M1 with 8 gigs of RAM. So, yeah. I bet. I mean, Taylor Swift sort of brings a lot of people with her. A lot of fans. This is essentially the same components. This one is new, I think. I don't think we have that one. Because that's not the power management chip. It's just the same sort of shape. But no, it's not the voltage regulator. That's probably the voltage. No, that's the PD. And then it could be a voltage regulator, just that they picked a bigger one because they have more space on the board. Kind of makes sense because power comes here and power comes in here. Then there's all these traces. Yeah, it's kind of weird that it's not socketed, but I'm fine with that. It comes pre-soldered, so it's just a heat gun and some patience. Be right back. I'm just gonna hit the lube real quick. Let me bring the camera. was giggling to myself when I was giggling to myself at the toilet. Like, why would someone need to bring the camera to the toilet? Sounds kind of weird. I wanted to take a picture of the clothes dryer to see what model name it was. Like what Mike says, yes. I got fed up. I gave up. It's now sauna. But the phone is not overheating. But I'm gonna open the window. Weep. Oh, nice air. Whew. It gets that hot because I have a 300 watt LED lights. Oh, and a streaming computer. Okay. What are we looking at? Same amount of USB ports as the Rock 5A, 2.2 and 2.3. We could get the schematics for this. Yeah, that's the OTG too, yeah, true. That port is perfect for hubs, I feel. Yeah, there's two here, and then the third one is there. It's laying down on the right side. If I shake the mouse pointer, can you see it? It's kind of a fun feature on Mac. When you shake it, it gets bigger. That sounds lewd. Full size, yeah. Does the full size have nice solder pads? No, it's top. It's soldered from the top. Yeah. I should probably order one just to have it. Let me see if I can find it somewhere else. Preferably in Europe. So Ali, they don't do express shipping really, do they? It's 2 weeks no matter what you do. It's twice the price too. Oh, it's a 16 gig. 24 gigs RAM. I don't think, no, it's a very rare board, and it's new. Let me add a quotation mark to make Google understand better. Yeah, it's like 2 months, maybe. So we can check on Radixay all the distributors, but let's do Germany. Okay. I think there's like a couple of, yeah. But it's all from China. China's interesting if you have a shop there. It can take like a week before they send it. So even if you pay for express, you still have to wait 2 weeks. This one would be sick. At $75. Sold out, and probably will be sold out for another 3 months. Look at that. JS connected 40mm fan with heatsink. Would that fit on the Orange Pi too? Don't think so. I mean, will it fit here? No. What is this for? 3B and 5B. Maybe it will fit, because I mean this is like 30mm, so 40 would be out here. So maybe it's for those two holes. Is it sold as a accessory for it? No. Well, but it's recommended for me for some reason. Okay. What did... Oh wait, this is AllNet, yeah. They only have the 16 gig in stock and 24. So shipped to Sweden, that'd be like $250. It's probably not what I was looking for now. Where did I buy the Rock 5A? Co.uk something. Guess I could check the email. I mean, it's probably just Google being Google. I still think it could exist in other sites. There, SP component. Black Friday sale. What do you sell? Yep. Cool. Why are your sites so big? Rock SPCs. Rock 5A. Rock 5B. What is this? Huh? What the heckers? Let's say 1808. Is this like a super low cost? No, it's expensive. What's this for? Let's not get sidetracked. No bueno. It's too new, too new and too strange. Fuck it. Let's keep using the orange pie for now. For this build, they will probably be fine. Right, this is not so much longer. I have to find a new angle. Or shorten, they'll stick. This will probably work. Unless I want to spin. Is it the whole thing spinning? Yeah. Like I said, I can't wait for the new tabletop tripod. Gonna make it a bit easier finding the right camera angle. That'll do. It will probably stop wobbling soon enough. Wide angle. Maybe the wide angle is better for the shot. If the camera decides to calm down. Should probably update the title. I wonder if the fact that we're using so much Wi-Fi causes issues for the Bluetooth. Because I have my headphones connecting, it's disconnecting quite frequently. I mean, they shouldn't, because it's Bluetooth and 5 gigahertz. Should be no issues. But should, you know. How's Landy doing? I did fix the dryer. That's what I was gonna do at the computer. Right. Thank you for reminding me. Got sidetracked. Dashboard. Change title. That'll do for title. But what happened to the music? Kind of done with that playlist, that's fine. Best country music 2024. Let me have it. Oh, the joy. Let's put this board away. Until end of December. Then it will make a return. And I think we can base it on this case here. This chrome will not work. So we'll put that away. And the golden one will not work. Unless I cut some of the board off. Or just... if I don't need the RAM, if I can be fine with one RAM module, I'll cut it off about midway through the RAM. I have to, now I have to be curious here. So the RAM would be an issue. I don't think it will boot with just one. Maybe actually. Maybe you can configure it to only one. Mic and IR blaster we don't need. Headphone jack we don't need. The LED doesn't matter. The power button doesn't matter. The Mascrom button doesn't matter. The support for the Wi-Fi chip doesn't matter. This is probably some audio circuit, or maybe, yeah, it's probably audio in and out. We can look at that model number and find that out. The pins for the enhance. The pins for the SD card sits all the way back there, so you could solder the SD card straight to them and still use the SD card. And this is probably for the USB ports. This transistor. So that's you're probably going to give up the USB ports. I can live without them. This is just for the GPIO pins. And this bit of circuitry, it sort of looks like it could be for the RAM. A bunch of caps. The pattern doesn't match this, but the position, no. One RAM here, one RAM there, which means that and that. Oh yeah, it's like the cluster reminds me of each other. I mean, they're a little bit different. This one has like 2 stacked here, and this not 2 stacked here, but they're directly under the RAM, so they're very likely to have something to do with the RAM. Very likely. So yeah, if the board runs with just one RAM of the 2, then you could probably cut all of that off. How much did I say you needed to cut? Oh, you can cut some of the top of the board too. There's nothing here, except the connectors, of course, but you don't need them. Oh shit, you might be able to do it and save the RAM. Yeah. It would be a very big amount of work and quite dumb. Not gonna lie though, it would be a nice form factor in this case. Because the width is enough, right? Yeah. It would fit on the width. Dude, that'd be so sick. Dual modems and an Orange 5 Plus in this form factor. But that's for another day. I have a couple of them, so I'm kind of down to sacrifice one for experimenting. So the board is going to need cooling. And power management. And charging. And I could do PD out for the other camera. Or just run it off V-mount directly. The Sony A7S needs 7, 8 volts or so. So I gotta run a voltage regulator for that one. But that's not true for the Sony NX800. It can do PD in, or I bet there are BP battery dummies. Okay, to the computer. We gotta find this out. BP battery dummy. BPU 30 battery dummy. Okay. Found a link on Amazon. Let's have a look. So far, I have seen none. But Google said there was a seller that had one. But I just get like the EL15 Canon batteries and FW50s and NPF batteries. Here we have something that's probably a BPU. Yeah, that's a BPU. 2 V-mount, which is kind of not what I want, but this is the part I want, and it has that. So the rest of this I don't need. And it seems like it's telescopic, so that you can, if you have a very recessed battery, it's gonna be fine. But yeah, just for the BPU part of it, I could be fine with that. But I would rather have something like this, something like that. That is BPU. I guess I could steal the plate off an actual BPU battery. But that sounds expensive. Because BPU batteries are like $100. And I mean, these plates aren't free either, but... And the reason they have to be this weird shape is that most BPU cameras, the battery is recessed into the body. So it's really hard to see here, but the battery like sits deep inside of the camera body. So it has to protrude out, but this just looks really dumb. That looks really dumb. V-mount for BPU. I don't know how to feel about that. Does the NX800 have the battery horizontal or vertically? NX800. I think vertically, right? How do I change picture there? Oh. Yeah, vertically. So you can power it off USB-C. And it has a locking USB-C. But that's a really exposed spot. And I would much rather have a dummy battery. But then again, I wonder how much output I get here on the USB-C. If I could power the whole streaming rig off that USB-C. Then again, this thing does RTMP. Maybe I should just power the camera as is and then the stream just always be separate. Because it can stream 4K 60 to an iPhone. That'd be kind of easy. That would be kind of easy. And it can do it at like 38 megabits per second. So HEVC. So that's high quality. Yes, it's adding another wireless step, which is instability. But it's so easy. It doesn't have any power out, right? No. Oh, it does not. I bet you could buy BPU batteries with USB ports. If we remove dummy, and let's add a U, so we just get more specified search. Yeah. No? I was debated. Just looked like it would. So this one, for example, has D-tap outputs. That will work. And it has two, and I assume they're both in and out. Oh, and it has USB. So this could sort of power the whole thing. Yeah, for sure. The iPhone has. These are almost free. That's $180 for a battery. A 100 watt hour battery. How much weight? 400 grams? 488. That's good. They're lighter than V-mount. And these have the same feature, so that's actually fabulous. They're a little bit more fragile than V-mount, but they're also expected to sit inside of a camera, so they're protected by the camera and therefore don't have to have as strong casings. The V-mounts are definitely more shock resistant than the BPUs. But the BPUs are rare. I mean, it's still like professional gears, and professional users tend to not shop at Amazon. Are you talking to someone? I'm talking to myself. Yeah, but I am listening to country music that you don't get to hear. This has onboard charge. No, wait. No, it's just a BMS for the output. And overcharge and over discharge. So yeah, I don't have it set up as of now, but you can do picture in the iPhone. There's probably better ways. Like this is a really nice. If you run HDMI cameras, this is amazing. So you have two HDMI ins, A and B, and you have HDMI out, and it can do picture-in-picture, like a little smaller, in all of the corners. So you just do AB or BA, depending on if you want A or B to be the small one. And if you click it, it keeps cycling around. And if you hold for 2 seconds, it grows in size. So it goes from being like small to taking a substantial part of the corner. If you click both A and B at the same time, it becomes a picture by picture. So at first it will be letterbox. But if you hold it for 2 seconds, it will fill it up. So it will crop in on each 16:9 and fill up the whole 16:9 frame with two pictures side by side. If you hold these for 2 seconds, it will activate green screen, So you can say if your face cam is on B, then you green screen the face cam over on top of camera A, basically like a game streamer would with a green screen. You can put the gaming computer on A and your webcam on B, hold both, little green screen out. Audio, if you want audio from the HDMI sources or not, and there's VU meters when you power it on, they will show the audio input. You have a mic input for like if you want to hook up a Rode Wireless Pro, for example, you would do a 3.5 in there, and then you can run the internal HDMI of both cameras plus the wireless, and it mixes it all, and you can listen to the mix of all sources. It's perfect for iPad because you have PD in, and then you have the output of the capture card within it, so you can charge the iPad and get 2 cameras into it. It's pretty cool. Or if you want to use a capture card, of course, you can use HDMI. Is that it? Are there more features? I think that's it. Yeah. It would be cool having like a lockout, like if you hold A plus B, if you double click, it will lock the input control. But they're recessed, they're very like thin buttons, so it's not too easy to click them accidentally. But this was the plan with this one was to have a wireless GoPro and a wired GoPro, and then I can mix them picture in picture. So I can put this on my chest on like a backpack strap and click the buttons and film myself in third person or first person, or both at the same time, or picture in picture. So it's probably the easiest way to do it, and it's like I bought this on sale for like $100. No, I've not had it long enough. I haven't gotten there. I haven't gotten there yet. But I have demoed it, and it works like it's supposed to. Nice quality. It uses like 2 watts of power, so comparable to just using 2 capture cards. So it's power efficient, and it's great for single board computers. If you have a computer, I personally would buy 2 capture cards, because then you could have more flexibility in the layout in OBS. Like if you want to do like a diagonal cut between the 2 cameras, or if you want more than 2 cameras, this can only do 2. They have a 4 camera model as well, with basically the same features, but you can actually do a 2x2 grid, which is cool. Oops. Oh, temp has come down. Let me close the window. It's kind of hard with you guys in the way. No, I don't think uploading 2 streams is the best solution, simply because of power draw and data. I mean, it's a solution if you do it rarely. If you want to use picture-in-picture for like 2 hours in a several hour long stream, it makes sense. I'm not going to be ignorant to the fact that it's very easy. One moment. Just gonna zip tie this power cable to the lamp. Okay, we can come a little bit more my way. I kind of don't want to build this out of aluminum. I want it to be thinner. So I think I'm going to make this a full carbon build. which just adds a lot of time. But is it going to be worth it? Like, how am I going to use this? If this is in a backpack, it doesn't matter. Saving grams doesn't matter if you have 300 watt hours of power anyway. So let's do some math before we do anything else. I need 2 modems. So that would be, oh, that's a lot of glare. Just hot glue. That's not a bad idea. Just kidding. So we have 2.5 per modem. Let me move that out of the way. Control the. So 2.5 times 2. That's the modems. But then we also want to power a phone, which maybe we go put 3.5 watts as a wired third connection. And then we want Wi-Fi for a wireless fourth connection, sorry. And then it's the encoder itself, and in 4K 60 it uses about 4.5 watts. And then the camera is 11 watts whilst recording, so it's probably going to be less for the HDMI output, but I'm not going to count on that. That means my total power draw will be 24 watts. And if I want to stream for 16 hours, that's 388 watt hours. Actually, it's divided by 0.9. Sorry. So 27, counting some conversion losses on the, yeah. Nice that you just asked. When do you add your conversion losses? It differs. Counting on 90% efficiency is kind of not realistic. I have... Oh my god, I actually have... One moment. Whatever. I have 4S power management boards that can do 40 watts of charging, which seems very reasonable. That is 92% efficient with 5 volt output. So that would power the modems and the Bella box board with 92% efficiency, which is awesome. And it would charge at 40 watts, which is amazing. Got a spare wipe as well. But charging 300 watt hours of battery, which we're going to need for a 16-hour stream, right? Actually more. But we reasonably probably will never stream more than 10 hours away from a wall socket. So 300 watt is still going to be fine. I mean, as soon as we hop in a car, we would charge. When we dinner, we can charge. We don't need to be like roaming for 10, 16 hours without battery swapping. That's kind of insane. So we're good. We can live with this. And this is mostly because the battery pack I have is 300 watt hours. Well, it's a little less, like 285. On the antenna thing, I'm just confused when you would switch an antenna or modem. Switch out. Define the question. I would love to. Modems are so fun. Lots to talk about. So this would be 27 watts, would be the losses included. Encoder, camera, and essentially 3 modems. Example when you have a whole setup and you go into the car, what changes? Awesome. So I've tried almost all the solutions under the sun. Antenna quick connectors and whatnot. Carrying magnetic antennas with me in my backpack that I can just pull out and then have like 2 meters antenna leads to the antennas. But here's the crux. When you have multiple 5G modems, this is 8 antennas on those two. That's 8 quick connectors. And yes, there are FACRA 4x4 connectors. So it's 1 connection per modem. And then you can be kind of clever about it. So you split up. You have 2 connectors, right? So you have 8 antenna leads. You could put half of the modem's connections, like antenna 0 and 1, in one plug, and 1 and 2 in the other. That way you can hot swap, and you only lose one of the 2 antenna pairs. Does that make sense? Because the 4 antennas are essentially 2 out, 2 in. They're not really. It's actually like they all do upload and they all do download. It's just for different frequency bands. But if we only focus on, say, 800 megahertz, then yes, 2 is for upload, like number 0 and 2 are for upload, and antenna 3 is mostly GPS and some download, and then the download is like on all 4. So whatever, you can essentially split it up over 2 connectors. So you have 2 4x4 hot quick connectors. That would be quite easy. But if money is no problem, which it is for me, but you know, if you have money to spare, the way to do it is to have a separate setup in the car, like a completely separate setup. You have an encoder, say you have 4 modems in your backpack, you have another 4 modems in the car. That's it. Like there is no other way that is better. Because then you can take your backpack, you can shove it in the back of your car, you can start the car, you start driving, and no, he doesn't. Well, he kind of does. Soic has his backpack set up, and then he just adds connections to it. Yeah. So he like plugs in 2 Ethernet ports, basically. He doesn't Ethernet, but basically what he does. And I think that's great. But I also am going to have permanently mounted cameras in the car. I'm thinking at least 4, but I could see us having 10 cameras in the car. Like 1 for each passenger, 1 out the front, 1 out the back, 1 like Grand Theft Auto POV style, like along a long pole up, but like filming the car from above. Like more cameras make road trips more better. And you can put a computer in the car and use like affordable webcams. It doesn't have to be fancy camera, so you can still get away with it for like fairly affordable. Hi, Maren. So yeah, our goal, our plan is to have permanently mounted antennas and Starlink in the car. Yeah. Can you suggest something extra extreme? Double Starlinks? I know, is it Danny? An Austrian friend of mine, a German friend of mine. He has double Starlinks. A Starlink and a Starlink Mini. And then the Starlink Mini he sometimes puts on his backpack. I quite often think about how easy it is being a YouTuber. I'm not sure I would... My goal of being live streamer is to not edit video, but with how much I'm working on setups and how much compromise and how much tech issues, I'm like, no, I think editing videos would be more efficient than building streaming setups. I'm thinking, like one does, that maybe I just do something quick and dirty that is better than my backpack. Or a wild idea, just use the backpack that I've built. Thermal imaging night vision camera. Like the IR cameras in Mercedes. Funny you should say that. I actually have strong desires to buy that exact car. Those flare ones, I have one. We use it for, I use it for testing the setups to see the temperature. But there we go. This has it, right? I'm just gonna double check. Maybe it doesn't. But yeah. FLIR Pathfinder 2. Let me Google that. Huh. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Like, does it have HDMI out? Don't think so. But yeah, it's cool. Datasheet download. Give me your datasheets. Let's put it in downloads. Save. Open. What outputs? Boop. What's your secret? Tell me. Easy to install. It uses 2 watts, 6 watts with the heater on. Outputs NTSC. What, like, or coax? Looks like coax. It might be BNC. If you have a spare 3K. I mean... Right. The perk of doing something really quick and dirty is that I'm going to change my mind in no time anyway. So perhaps just getting it done is better than making it perfect. And the battery being a bit of a problem with 27 watts anyway. Like a 100 watt hour and V-mount battery will last 3 hours or less. Kind of sucks. You will get 3 hours because you don't need to use... Split apart the 2 batteries? I don't need to. Like V-mounts, you can easily pull 100 watts. So, like when you're running 4S batteries, it's not a like an output problem. And I linked them up anyway, you know. So if you have multiple batteries, where are we? Here. If you have 2 of them, you can connect. I mean, you probably know this. I'm not telling this to you, Sander, but if you go minus to plus on the other battery, and then you go plus and minus to your source, you'll double the voltage of your battery packs. And these are 7.4, so that would be 14.8 volts in total if you did that. Or you connect them plus to plus and minus to minus, and then double plus, double minus out. Then it will still be 7.4 volts, but double the capacity. So if you just want longer runtime, you'll collect plus to plus and minus to minus. And that's what I do with my V-mounts. So I have 3 V-mounts. All the plus are connected together. All the minus are connected together, which makes them 300 watt hours, basically. But you can still fly with them, as long as you disconnect them, of course. But you can still fly with them in your carry-on without issues. But yet it works as a 300 watt hour battery. And if you're pulling 27 watts, since how it will then work with the batteries when you draw a current is that it will draw a current essentially equally from all of the cells in all of the batteries, assuming that the batteries are in the same condition. Like if one of your 3 batteries are significantly worn, it will be a little bit funky, but it will still work perfectly fine. But best is to have 3 equal condition batteries in this situation. That's much better than splitting it, because if you split it and you end up with like 12 watts on one battery and 7 watts on the other, then when the 12 watt draw battery runs out, you'll still have almost half juice in the 7 watt battery, but you can't use it because you're dependent on both batteries. So it's really, really dumb splitting up your power like that, because you will run out of battery and still have like 10% here or 20% there. Like those who run like 4 different batteries, they're carrying around so much dead weight because they'll never be able to perfectly match the power draw. So they all end up at 0. And you can use this technique of chaining them up in series or parallel with any batteries that have battery terminals coming out. In theory, you could use PD power batteries, like power banks, and just connect them to a PD trigger and then link all of those PD trigger outputs up. That sort of works, but yeah. Like a hot swapping with colors. Is that a link? Because I have like Twitch level block, so I can't see links. I just see a couple of stars. Yeah. I can't see it. Even if I wanted to, I can't. I'm pretty sure I can't even see it on my dashboard. No, it's just three stars. I guess you could whisper me the link. Oh, you're so clever. Ice Poseidon streaming gear. And you said 4. Dude, anything Ice Poseidon, I get sort of nauseous. 45 seconds in. Yeah, he's using multiple batteries. Oh, I'm slightly nauseous. Yeah, sure. Whatever. My setup is dumb if you're dumb, because you can actually set yourself on fire. If you do this trick with multiple batteries and one of them is empty and the other one is full, this is just a function of battery chemistry. They will want to equalize. So if one is full and one is empty, the full one will send all its power, like maximum output it can, to the one with little power. And any like V-mount or MPF battery of quality, I mean, if it's a China special, perhaps not, they have overcurrent protection and overcurrent limits. So it will only output as much as it can safely do. But if you put in wires, for example, that are balanced for what your load will be, and not what the battery can output, like if you use thin wires, they'll become glowing hot, and you can absolutely set fire to things. Not to mention risk of short circuits and connecting them wrong and whatnot. Like, you can absolutely fuck things up. So if you're gonna do this, use as short wire runs as you can and as girthy wires as you can, and make sure all of the pins, the power pins that goes into your battery, are of high quality and make great contact, because again, all of your connections will be under scrutiny in case you plug one empty and one full in. And you don't want things to heat up, which is what happens when you get a poor connection, and then you overheat things, set things on fire. But yeah. For consumers, it's probably smarter having setups that daisy chain and charge each other, so that you're running everything of battery A, and then you're using battery B to charge battery A. That is very nice as well with that is very nice because if you're streaming around your house, for example, when the battery B that is charging battery A is empty, you can replace it, which makes it hot swap. It's kind of nice. Mounting cameras to car. Well, for the roof, there's bolt holes on the roof already. That is meant for roof racks and stuff. So I don't need to drill in the car's roof. But depending on if we do it on a it's not given yet. It's just a wild idea. But I'm kind of thinking we should get a company car and outfit it with cameras and antennas and everything, and then we can use it for streaming, and have the company pay for all the repairs and stuff on the car. But more importantly, why this would be financially beneficial and interesting would be that then we can rent this car out to other streamers. Like, hey, you're going to do a big Europe road trip for 3 weeks. You can rent this car that already have 10 cameras and 4 internet connections and dual Starlinks. And I mean, sure, it would be expensive. It'd be like, I don't know, $2,000 a week to rent it. But regardless, that would still be a great option for someone actually wanting to do a road trip stream. I mean, just a rental car is, well, $1,000 a week with unlimited mounts. We did go and look just last Thursday. We went to look at a Volkswagen multivan, a 7-seater, for this purpose then. That exact car was in super bad condition. Like, it was so dirty on the inside and stuff. Like a Touran. I prefer the Chiron, because then you can get some luggage as well. But yeah, those are nice. I love the idea of the multivan though, because you can swivel the seats around so you can face each other, which means the passengers can have like a podcast going on back there. But you do pay a lot of extra and you lose quite a lot of comfort. I think the multivans are fantastic on paper, but at least in Sweden, when it's cold in the winter, like things like heating up the floor is tricky in such a big vehicle. It's something that personal vehicles are much better at. I remember my family used to have a Renault Traffic Yeah, it was sort of always cold in the footwells. It just never really got warm. Well, yeah, yeah. I think the multivan we tried out had both the Webasto heater to heat the engine core, but also one or maybe even two Ebersprechers. Yeah. So it had that. It just, I mean, we were out for half an hour, 45 minutes maybe. And it was -5 degrees maybe. But it was ice cold on the floor. With both heaters running. And the engine, of course. It was nice. 4-wheel drive. Gray leather seats. It's kind of a nice car. Highline package, so electric doors and lighting package and rotating chairs and stuff like that. But there's a lot of arguments for personal vehicles. Like it's if I have not. Let me Google. If you're a team of 2 to 6 people, and you have a driver or 2 drivers, yes, the multivan makes sense. But if you're a crew of, say, 4 people, then you're gonna have 1 driver, and then max 3 people in the rear. It's kind of doesn't make sense to have a 7-seater or 8-seaters. So it's more like if you're gonna have someone drive you around. Ooh, that's pretty cool. How much do they charge for one? Oh, 3,000 Swedish crowns. Because I was thinking I'm gonna figure out a way for my streaming rig in the car. Say we're home. We're home and we know we're gonna hop in the car and go streaming. I want a switch remotely that I can boot up the cameras, the computer, and the encoder and all of that in the car. And I was like, oh, I can use something like this to do that. But $300 and I can use different solutions. Like having it on all the time. It's kind of silly, but if you plug in like a charger, because you want that anyway, because if you're going to have batteries in the car permanently, LiPo batteries that is, you need to keep them hot. You can't let them go cold. I mean, overnight maybe that's fine, but you kind of need like a heater in the battery pack for the car. So when you're home, you got to plug it into the wall anyway, and it doesn't need a lot, like 10-15 watts. So you could make sure to have like a maybe 500 watt hours of battery in the car at all times, so that you can go on a camping trip or whatever for a couple of days and it will have power overnight without running the engine. Yeah, something like DFA connectors outside the car that then will charge the car streaming rig's battery. Yeah. So it's like it becomes a pretty complex system. Another thought, instead of renting a car, in case we don't go with the car route, then I will at least build a roof box streaming setup. So imagine this being the roof box, and you have the car underneath. Then you can have like HDMI cables coming out on all four corners, so you can run like through the door jamb and mount the cameras with suction cups on each of the four windows, filming people. And that way you could sort of put it on a car. You could just deploy it with the cameras, and you're done. That way people can use their own cars. You just got to make sure they have roof racks, and you can rent out roof racks as well. I mean, there's like 3 different models you need to do it. Yeah. I mean, you can probably fit this in like a 30-liter box, even with computer and batteries and heating systems and battery. Like, yeah, it doesn't have to be big. Yeah, 30 liters would be enough. So, I mean, in theory, you could have magnets holding it onto the roof that work both weight-wise and like it could absolutely work with magnets, but just roof racks is easier. And I guess why not have a full top box? Because I mean, the consumer that rents this, the streamer that rents this, why wouldn't they want some storage as well? You know. At the back, antennas. That's why. Yeah, you don't want the car to be blocking the antenna. Sure, you could have the antennas be on a wire, but then you also increase the length of all the HDMI cables. So if you have it on the back, I guess you could sort of route it into the trunk, and then you have to cable manage it somehow. But if you have the box sort of central in the middle of the roof of the car, you could just easily drop down the HDMI cables to the inside of each door, and it would come down and sit on the door itself and have enough slack to just open with the doors. I think that would probably be easiest to manage. Otherwise, you have to pull the HDMI cables like all over the car, and then make sure they don't fall off and flap somehow. But you could like put a magnet locking the HDMI cable in before it goes down, or route them all inside the car. There's solutions for everything, but yeah, then you would also need the antennas to come up on the roof and the Starlinks to come up on the roof. If the box is already made to sit like centrally on the roof, Starlinks could be a part of that and just sit there and be nice. I don't know. I don't think so. This is an HDMI cable. It's 2.5 millimeters. And then if your camera consumes 4 or 5 watts like a GoPro, this cable is overkill for it, right? So yeah, it's nothing. They're tiny. I mean, even if you have like a cable sock on it, they would smash in the door jamb perfectly fine 100 times. I mean, it's not, if it's permanently, it's better having everything inside and drilling holes through the car roof. But if it's for something you use for a couple of weeks, it'll be fine. Probably. It'll probably be fine. I mean, you gotta plan for things like, what happens when a person rolls down their window? Are the cables long enough, or will they jank and break the HDMI connector because they decide to roll down the windows in a drive-through, you know? I mean, if the camera's high enough on the windshield, it will stay there, just go down for a while. Yeah, it's not perfect, is it? So, I mean, putting them on the front windshield might be a better idea, but you can still do the same idea with routing everything over the roof and into the car. But then you might want to run it down the A-pillar, so then you'd have to secure it with like magnets or whatever on the A-pillar, which works on some cars, and other cars it don't, because I mean, if the A-pillar is aluminium, then you're fucked. So this idea about, instead of renting a car, you rent a roof box with the streaming setup in it. It's not without problems. Fun to ponder. If I give an example of a multivan Charan, would you see the roof box as the deployment center? Yes. Where would you have the magnetic antennas? So again, let's use this box now. This is the car. We're gonna have a golden car, okay? Car, roof box. If it's a full length, this is easier to do. So assuming we're gonna have 4 modems, that's 16 antennas, right? Boom. I'll put 2 antenna pairs in the back and 2 antenna pairs in the front, like that. And then you have the Starlink. You could put that in the middle, like that. And you're good to go. And then you'd run HDMI cables in through the door. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How many you want to have? And you can have a camera permanently mounted in a waterproof way in the front for the outdoor camera. Though personally, I don't think looking out from the roof is as pretty of a view, but it's better than nothing. And it's very easy, and that way you only have to run 4 cameras. I mean, of course, you could do this with 2 cameras too, one for the front seat and one for the rear seat. I think it's cool. I think it could work. I mean, you could fit double Starlinks if you want that redundancy and bonding. But I'm not sure it's cost effective to run double Starlinks. I guess you get a lot of data on the Starlinks, and roaming data is a bit of a problem. So maybe the Starlinks are good for that reason, to offload data usage from the cellular plans. Very interesting. And for the encoder, it would probably make sense to run a live view so you can use their data plans. That's a good question. That's that. Okay, here's the next one. You'll run out of power. This is probably true. This is very probably true. So if you want to run, say, a Mac Mini, you're probably going to count to run like 6 cameras. Let's say 6 cameras, yeah. Let's count 4.5 watts per camera times 6. Plus Starlinks, that would be, say, 1 Starlink, 30 watts. And then you run 4 modems at 2.5 watts each, so that would be 10 watts. And then the Mac Mini runs 5 watts, plus all the camera works. You might end up looking more like 9 or 10 watts for the Mac Mini running OBS, and then another 2 watts for the encoder. Or if you run a LiveView Solar Pro, then it would be more like 6 watts maybe. Nah, it's more like 4 watts. So you would be at 81 watts. And if you divide that by 12, that'd be 6.75 amps. And you can do 10 amps out of a cigarette lighter socket. Now, if you want to run that continuously, you might run into issues. And actually, the voltage is more like 14 volts under load, so it's like 5 amps. So that would be half the load of what is rated. It would be half the power rated for the cigarette lighter. I mean, 80 watts is not a lot, I mean, you can charge phones over USB-C at 80 watts. It's not... I mean, yeah, you can definitely hurt your alternator over time. But I do think 80 watts they can pull, yeah. Yeah, but he's doing it stupidly. Oh my god, he's doing it stupidly. That's like 50% effective. So his 30 watt power draw for the Starlink Mini turns into 60 watts or something. At least 50 watts. And that's quite foolish. Because I mean the Starlink runs on, I think it's asking for like 20 volts. So just keeping it DC and regulating 12 to 20, it's so much easier on stuff. And I mean, it doesn't need 20 watts either. It's just to keep the wires. Starlink is sort of, they're assuming that you'll put it on the roof, right? Or high up or far away from wherever you are to get clear line of sight. So the USB cable is like 5 meters long or something, like really, really long. That's why they have to run such high voltage to get down the amps. But I bet you there's a voltage converter on the board itself that then drops it to like 12 or even less internally, like for the router. I bet they pull 20 watts into the box and then goes down to 12 volts right away, which means you could probably, and I mean they always have like a working range, a voltage regulator. So I bet you can skip that first voltage regulator and go to the second one and feed it unregulated car battery power. So you don't need any conversion at all. You can just shoof, give it whatever the alternate puts out. You want capacitors and stuff to smooth and stuff, so it doesn't fluctuate when you rev the car. That's kind of mean for the circuit board inside of the Starlink Mini. But, yeah. Hej Olsman! Fan, sovdags. Ja, kanske. Eller så dricka lite kaffe till så går det bra. So, if you are not into electronics, using a 230 converter, absolutely fine. But you are eating power, and it's not great. I mean, you could also add batteries. Jobba det 4 dagar. Var det kul? Hur var Stockholm? Du har ju varit på... Har du varit i Jönköping förut? Jag antar att du har varit i Jönköping någon gång innan. Så då är frågan liksom... Hur var det? Hur var viben? Var det lika kul? Since I'm a DreamHack veteran, I sort of hate DreamHack Stockholm. Mostly because for me, DreamHack is about what happens after DreamHack. And in Jönköping, DreamHack is so big compared to the city that like when you see people out and about, you can almost assume they're there for DreamHack. And at the pubs and at the bars and at the restaurants, there's DreamHack people everywhere. In Stockholm, I imagined ahead of time that it would just disperse. You know, yeah, there was some welcome hack and stuff at O'Leary's, I think. So like if you go to that specific party and they had like an invitational, like Twitch did a mixer and Xbox did a party on the Thursday. So like if you went to those parties, you still got to mingle with business people. But yeah, especially if you're not a business person, like because a lot of the parties are invite only for creators. But if you're there as a gamer, as a viewer, as like a Twitch community member, Jönköping must surely have been better for a multitude of reasons. And yeah, they're gonna do a competitor already this summer. A new actor is in town in Jönköping called Glitch that is gonna basically run DreamHack at Elmia. So second DreamHack, yeah. It's the it's actually one of the founders of DreamHack, together with some staff that used to work for DreamHack, that started it. One of them is my friend, well, acquaintance. We went to school together, so I used to know him really well. So I think they're gonna succeed in doing something. It's gonna take quite a lot, I think, to make it be like DreamHack. I don't think they're gonna sell 10,000 seats probably ever, but like I would be surprised if they sell 2,000 seats day one. But I do think they can manage to sell some seats. Can they get the vendors to go there? Probably. Like, I understand why DreamHack moved to Stockholm. I do. I understand that. And I think it's great. But I would have enjoyed if they maybe changed the winter and kept the summer in Jönköping. Yeah. So yeah. Sander, do you have any more reasons why the roof box sucks? Because I kind of like it for my own car. Like, why not? I mean, I don't want a full-sized roof box, but yeah, build something custom, put it on the roof, something more aerodynamic. Since I don't need the volume, like the whole setup will be very small on the scale of a car. Like I said, 30 liters or something. It's gonna be so small. Like I can make it, what, 6 centimeters deep. Like it will, yes, it will make noise, but nothing like a normal roof box. So not even close to what a normal roof box would. It's like an inverted roof box. Welcome back, Olsman. Yeah, they might. I like glitched. I have hopes. I mean, personally, it's great because it's like 2 hours away. That's pretty neat. The Colix Aero Loader. It's pretty. But that's the volume of that is just absurd. It's like, what, 400 liters? 350 liters, yeah. I need 1/10 of that at max. Oh, it opens to the front, so you can load it from either sides. Yeah. It's pretty neat. Personally, I think it looks great to have it in the middle. But, hello, of course you mount the roof box offset, so you can more easily reach it from one of the sides. Unless you have a full width roof box. But if you have a small roof box like this, like a skinny one, of course you put it offset. Fuck how it looks. Function over form. No. That's just my opinion. Did I forgotten the roots and ditch the land scene? Yeah. No, absolutely. That's where the money is, according to donors. Because like DreamHack has become the event, the esports, the vendors, the visitors. When they manage to attract visitors, you know, then the land seats became like monkeys in a zoo. Because the money is not in selling land seats. The money is in the expo. Having SteelSeries and Logitech and stuff pay to be there. That's where the money is. Like a little booth is like what, $5,000? And I mean little, like 2 by 2 meters, like the tiny ones. And like a big monitor like what Elgiganten has, they pay like a couple of millions probably. Elgiganten definitely pays more than the land seat brings in, even if they sell 6,000 seats. So as soon as the expo really started like kicking off, they for sure realized that, you know, the gamers sitting there are just monkeys in a zoo that visitors goes to look at. And at that point the land was sort of dead. But it's also like with the times, like when I went to DreamHack 18-20 years ago, I had dial-up modem, man. So I bought a new like 500 gigabyte hard drive and I went to DreamHack for perfectly legal reasons, you know? And that doesn't exist anymore because who has dial-up modem? And like gaming, I couldn't do online gaming. The ping on dial-up, you know, I mean, at this point when I was like 16, people had fiber connection. It's just I didn't have that. So people did online gaming. It's just I couldn't do it. So being a teenager, I think I was like 16 first I went. So what would that be? Probably 15. So 88 plus 15. That's not how math works. Yes, it is. No, wait. 98. No. Huh? 2003? I don't know. Math. I'm too tired. Yeah, so like early 2000s. It was like a summer camp of sorts. Awesome. Yeah. Today you do not know. Yeah, I remember the first time hooking up and having like gigabit internet connection. Like, oh my god, the internet is mine. I didn't really use the internet much, but hey, cool to have. And like, yeah, it's like the first 2 DreamHacks I went to, I had dial-up modem. But after that, I had good internet, and yeah, I didn't really go there for any other reasons. Like glitches was kick is to Twitch? No. But yes, no. Glitch is literally what DreamHack was 6 years ago. Okay? Kick is to Twitch. Kick is just Twitch with a casino that runs it. The Kick is just Twitch with more gambling. And it's a more degenerate audience and streamer community because of that. At least that's what I think. But Kick is great. I would like to stream on Kick. Literally, like, I've several times thought that I would like to stream on Kick when I'm in that mood. Like, if I was going to have a drunk stream, I'd go to Kick. Not going to lie. Yeah. Sell the recipe cooking. Yeah, I mean DreamHack doesn't want to compete with DreamHack. DreamHack wants to be DreamHack 2.0. So I don't even think they're sad or angry that glitch exists. I think they don't care actually. Well, I think Sander meant like DreamHack sold the recipe to ESL, and then DreamHack keeps cooking. He just addressed you with a comment. I mean, I get it when they stray too far off the recipe that they would want to compete. I have a new idea. I have many new ideas. I think we're going to use this profile because we're going to go with a sexy setup. This is a super nice thing and very efficient. We don't need it to be this long, so we're going to cut it off because it's a good size for the modems. Ta-da! Like that. So it's a good size for the modem. This is not like a micro build. This is a mid-sized build. So, heat sinking the modems. And then the bottom part, which doesn't have fins, but it will still soak its heat. That's where I'll put the encoder. So, let's see if I can manage to fit that so it touches the die without short-circuiting something else. I think I can. Say we make it 60 mil, 50. It doesn't have to touch the entire length of the modem module. Most of the heat is generated in the lower half. So something like 30. I do need a small CNC mill. So let's do something like 30 mil, right? Boop. For weight. So because we kind of want to keep the weight down as much as we can and still have enough cooling performance. So I have a small machine shop. You know, I have a very like 3 different belt sanders, 2 bandsaws. Both are set up for wood. I'm gonna convert one of them to metal one day, and a pillar drill, 2 pillar drills, one huge and one small, and welder. I don't have a TIG welder, something I really want, because I do so much aluminum work. I guess you can weld with mag too, but nah, I want TIG. When I say that, I kind of always want to sand it down anyway, so I might as well. MIG. And it would be less expensive to buy just a roll of MIG wire. And I think MIG uses a different shielding gas. And I don't know if my mag welder can do MIG. Anyway. Yeah, we could do like 30 mil of that. But where could I fit it? And have the modems. Let's take the loose module to sort of show what I'm thinking. And let's remove the scale. We don't need it now. So, I'm thinking, can it sit like this? Because then I could build, I mean, yes, it's going to be a little bit thicker. But this build is going to use V-mount batteries. I'm pretty sure. Like, not 100% sure. And... oh, wow, of course I don't have that. Let's bring a couple of other batteries as an example. We'll make it work. Okay, so don't mind the antenna locations. I always cut them off. You see it's like a T-slot here. There's perforations there and there and there and there. So I cut them off. So the 2 connectors like that, and cut them off and relocate them. And have longer antenna leads. And I might even end up using... oh, here's a good example. Here's one of them cut off with a longer antenna. So I won't be using the stock antennas. Here's another one. And I might be using something like this. And then that would connect straight to the modem module. So I don't need SMA at all. Great for weight. And quite efficient actually, depending on your case that you mount them in. But whatever. I have that too, sander, but it turns out mostly to be a packaging issue. So it depends on what you mean. Like one of my favorite antennas are credit card size, like Raspberry Pi size. So it's basically like this, and it has just 4 printed circuit board antennas laid out on it. Just EPX4 connectors. So you click, connect in. Super small. But they're worse. It's a compromise that I'm not willing to take because it's going to be a 4K rig. Internet is too important. That I'm gonna make sure that we have the best antenna setup that we can. And it's nothing crazy. We're just gonna give space basically for the antennas. Here. That's a 42 by 64 credit card for antennas for the selfie stick. And that's just because you could end up breaking, bending. Like in the past I have built with these. These are the world's smallest full range 600 to 6000 megahertz antennas. You can use them for Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, all of it. They weigh 9 grams each. They're Tau Glass TG66, TG66. Like $20 each. So I've been using them in the past for these rigs, but as the clients point out, yes, that's great internet, but yeah, they're sort of afraid of bumping and breaking them. And I get it. Since we're talking about like a show. So this is the one with a credit card antenna was the version 37, and this is 36. So it only has 2 antennas. But it has 4 antennas. It got both. So it got 2 external antennas. And then it also has that credit card panel antenna on the back. Because then I'm using the upload on the 2 great antennas and the download on the 2 shitter antennas. It's hard to see, but yeah. There is the panel antenna. So it's got both in a combination. And it provided better internet, like noticeably better internet. And the client wanted that. I suggested he would go for only the panel. But, whatever. That is better. And like if we go back to like 35. 35 is basically 37, but just uglier. And 35 weighs 1,078 kilos, whilst 37 weighs 638. I don't know. I saved 300 grams and retained the battery life. So the 35 is 300 grams heavier than the 37. But 35 is aluminum and this is carbon fiber, like fully, all of it. All of the panels are carbon fiber and it's awesome. Pole and everything is custom carbon fiber. Fantastic. But not for everyone. There's no perfect setup that just works for every client. That's so true. And like for me personally, if money was no object, I'd have like 7 setups. Not kidding. Skip. And this is 34, which I was going to show because it has the antenna solution. Paras is 37, yeah. Twitch streamers. This one is owned by Slope, one of Sweden's biggest streamers. 37 is owned by Parababy. So here you have the antennas in a XY polarized orientation, because it's meant to be carried on a selfie stick, which means that up will not always be up. So that, you know, if the antennas are mounted this way, but you're carrying it like this, yeah, you won't. Yeah, like Oddfella says, 36 is that's Anton. And 33 is Cartman's, has this one. I think this is the most beautiful of them all, though. Has hot swap battery plates and can accommodate 750 batteries, like MPF 750s, within its frame. Runs cool as a cucumber. Like, this is the coolest. Like, well, 36 and 37 doesn't have an encoder, but the 33 is significantly cooler than 34. That's slow pass. But it's also more volume. Like, it's not twice the size, but almost, and it weighs 200 grams more, so it's reasonable why it's cooler. The slopes has never overheated, and he keeps it inside of a bag. It was designed to be on the selfie stick like this, but of course you can put it in the bag if you want to. And it's tested to 32 degrees Celsius ambient temperature inside of a closed backpack with zero ventilation. So it's quite resilient for heat. But of course it's happier if you don't have it in a bag, but you can. Does Ella have something of you? Ella? Ella whom? Umbrella? No, I don't think so. I actually don't know who Ella is. But there are more streamers seeking builds. Currently I don't have another client, which I like, because then I can experiment and do my own stuff. Like, I'm so behind on... My wife have the shittiest setups, and I don't want it to be that way. I have a picture. I was gonna put away the phone, but Elijah's. No, it doesn't. I have consulted a little bit with this build, mostly through Miss Mika, because she's a friend. So I've been consulting, but they have their own. Though he's probably the perfect example of caring about saving grams, because he does marathon running streams and stuff. So he would absolutely love one of my builds. And I don't know. I assume he can afford it because he's a big streamer. Maybe I have to convince him one day. But I'm kind of happy with the status quo. Like, there's been more rigs bought than I want to build. So this is so true. Left is the client's and the right is my wife's. Yeah. So wife gets shit, client get nice. So she needs a new one. And I recorded this video. Like, 37 is by far the most amazing setup I've built so far. Like, they always keep getting better. I don't think anyone I've built is like, no, this is worse than the last. And 37 is one of those things where you grab it and you expect it to have a certain heft to it. And it weighs so little that it feels like wrong. It feels like styrofoam. It's like, is this a toy? And when you give it to someone, they sort of almost jerk upwards because they expect it to weigh more than it does. But that was months of research and modifications. I mean, the actual build time was more like 3 weeks. But yeah, it was pretty much 2 months of work before that as well. With trying out like so many different components to find the Smallest, lightest, easiest to package, easiest to shrink, easiest to modify. And I really should build like 2 more of the 37 and just have them ready for someone, because I don't think it's reasonable to need to optimize it that much more. Because the phone is the limiting factor, right? The phone weighs almost 200 grams, which means if you want balance between top and bottom, you need the bottom to weigh more than 200 grams. Or else it will be top heavy and fall over, and then you need a wider base. So ultimately, if the box weighs 300 grams and the phone weighs 200, then you get like a good balance top to bottom. That means the total setup just by that will turn into half a kilo. And then you add the batteries. And what I did for 37 is that the batteries are in the shaft, in the pole itself, in the internal space, the batteries are. So that makes it more bottom heavy, but it also brings the center of gravity more in your hand, which means that when you're moving, I can show you this. This is amazing and well worth thinking about. So if your rig is bottom heavy and you hold it up here, when you move, that mass is going to resist movement. So it's going to want to follow you like this. And if the camera is up here, that means that the image will go like this each time you move. And it's subtle. But even if you're trying to be cinematic, it will always try to like fall behind. Likewise, if it's the opposite way around, it's like balancing a pen at the top of your finger, like, oh. So, that is much better, but even better is if the weight is in your hand with equal weights top and bottom, because then when you basically pull left and right like this, the horizon is going to stay stable just because of the weight balance. And that is spot on with 37, like spot on, amazing. And another thing that is kind of special, I don't think you saw it because I didn't play enough of the video, 37 has a 18-degree lean on the selfie pole. YouTube, my videos, shorts. So the pole itself is leaning 18 degrees forward. That is for 2 reasons. One, the phone's center of balance is central with the box, yet the pole emerges from the near end of the box. You see that? Just so I can fit the antenna on the front. So it has like a 18-degree lean in order for the phone to be central. So when you place it on a table, it doesn't want to tip backwards. But it also, like the natural way, at least me and most normal people, have their wrist when they grip something is at an angle. So when I'm filming, this is more comfortable than this. So as a camera operator, having it sort of leaning forward a little bit made it more comfortable to use. That is huge. Huge of an upgrade for comfort. Like, it's so nice. And you might say that, well, when you're filming yourself with a rear camera, then it angles the wrong way. But that's fine. I'll take that. It's a compromise well worth it. And most people use the selfie cam anyway when they film themselves. Not everyone, of course, but when they do, it's so much nicer. No, Miss Mika is not using one of my setups. No, she's not. I mean, I told her what board to buy, and I told her how to. No, we're just chatting a bit. Saying consulting is almost taking too much credit. But yeah, very short amount of chatting led to her building whatever she built, and I don't even know if she still has it. Like, she could have done something else. I don't know. They're very competent. They're techie. They like to tinker. I think when you're talking like 37, for example, there's like $4,000 to buy. Yeah, a lot of people want to DIY it for $600. that's much more affordable. But then it's all these like small things like quality of life, balanced center of gravity, the angle of the stick, the weight. I want people to build better rigs than I do, so I can learn from them. But yeah, I think no one want to spend the time, and I get it. It's been 4 years improving them, and I think it's only I think it's only fair to say that I've done it for a year and a half full time. But still, that's a lot of time spent in tinkering. What is my platform that you build every build off? There is none. You can Google TG.66, I'm pretty sure. TG66 with a dot in the middle. I think it's rare enough of an acronym. You'll find it right away. Okay, now I gotta try. TG.66. Yeah. It shows up right away. First link is to DigiKey, where you can buy them. Yeah, for sure. Easy. I mean, industrial sellers like that, they are normally very generous in giving away samples. I mean, sometimes you get samples like this. That is less useful, but whatever. These are Phoenix M4 connectors. M4 is like a quite standard pin out in size. So, you know, their sample is like a little kit. This was mounted here. So you get all these connectors, and they're clocked, so they have a little pin, so you can only put them in one way, and they snap together, and then you pull them apart. Boop. And they sit. I imagine you could pull with 20 kilos of force or more. Eventually you'll break them, but 10 at least, safely. You could swing your whole rig from them, but pull them apart, it's no effort. If you hold the ring, you see the red little latches? When you pull the ring, they protrude or go in. And there's bulkhead fittings, and male or female bulkhead fittings. Whoop. And this is a screw fitting, so this would be even more secure. You just plug it in and then screw it up. Now this is a quick connector, and that's a screw connector, so they don't actually match up. But yeah, whatever. They ship this with only one female, which is fine. But they have cut the lead so short. This is a 4-pin. I think the M4 is limited to 4-pin, but there's something like the M12, which have like a variety of pin outs. So you can do like thicker power, and then you can do like 5 connectors for USB-C, for example, or USB 3.0 rather. So these are very nice. They're a little heavy for my use. They're kind of cool. I mean, they're very cool. They're very sexy. TGX 08A001. That makes it sound like it's a what we call it, like a ceramic package antenna. But pretty sure if they're called A, they're meant to be unsymmetric. So you have a B as well. Oh, no, it's a box antenna. Right. I just have a suspicion that weighs 900 grams, which is more than my entire setup, and I bet it costs like $300. But on a car, yeah. If you're stressed on space, yeah. But the performance of it is not better than individual high quality antennas. It's just, it will be smaller, yes. But if you just get, I mean, essentially these will be equally good. If you just put these 30 centimeters apart, maybe, the performance will be about the same. But yeah, it's not as pretty, and it is not as rugged. But what the all-in-one antennas, what they are good at, in my opinion, is making it hard for customers to fail, because the antennas have a polarizing pattern and they're connected at a fixed distance that is tested to work. If you run these antennas, like 4 of them, say, and then you just bump one of them so they're like that, and then you may rotate it inwards like that, and all of a sudden you might have like 20% worse performance. Whilst with a TGX08A 001, you can't do that. The package is always perfect. And even if you, like with these, for example, if you have them straight, the radiation pattern, if you lean them a little bit, is probably going to be worse than with the TGX08. Because that has as a unit, I mean, this antenna has a very round polarizing pattern, like super round radiation pattern. Like a ball, at least in most frequency ranges. Maybe not 6,000, and it's more of like a butt plug looking thing. But that's only true for that individual antennas. When you make an assembly out of them, it will have a quite weird shape, I bet. I haven't got a RF testing chamber and can prove this, but it will definitely work different when they're all together like this, unless you separate them out by 30 to 60 centimeters. Like half a meter is probably good. So if you separate them out half a meter, they will all work like individual antennas, sort of, and not interfere with each other's radiation patterns. Man, why are we talking so much antenna? I'm like, is there anyone else that are interested in antenna design? And I know like 5% of what there is to know about antennas, maybe even 2. I know nothing about antennas. So it's a dark art, and you definitely need to specialize to get to the point where you know everything. But I think as a system integrator, I know enough. For the parking, yeah. Normal radio antennas, getting a fin. So you get better range on it. Yeah, nice. Need to get into ham radio. My dear friend Jack Jofa, he's deep into ham radio. He goes to ham radio conventions and camps and stuff. Well, at least camps. I know he's in a club that hosts like a big event every summer. So he's big into ham. It's never really interested me. I think it's fine talking over cellular. Like the radio technology, I think is cool. But yeah, and I'm not cellular technology. I'm interested in out of necessity, not that I think it's fun. I actually think it's quite. Antennas and batteries are the worst part of a build, because they have a profound impact on performance. Like battery, you can set things on fire. Like one of the things, like more ideas. Okay, you have a battery like this. Boom. When it's summer, you want the airflow to be this way, so that you pull fresh air from around the batteries across the hot bit and exhaust it this way. But when it's winter, batteries get cold. Like if it's -20 outside and you're snowboarding, so it's a wind chill effect and everything. the batteries won't heat. Well, all you do is you flip the fan orientation, and then you take all the heat generated by the components and you use it to heat up the batteries. Just, why don't I have a fan on my table? I'm ill prepared. Here, solder wick. So yeah, all you have like a little cassette, like a quick little you can lift up, you can rotate the fan and put it back, and then you are in summer mode, and you lift it, rotate, boom, you're in winter mode. But also get them in white. Why? I have been contemplating polishing them, because this is plastic, so you could clean them off and paint them. I hate logos, and especially when there's like a when I'm selling a system and there's company logos, that drives me insane. So I try as much as I can to erase them, etch them off, remove them, paint them over, hide them. Because if someone is looking at it, like this is a great example. If someone were looking at this carbon fiber stick, you know, oh my god, this is by, you know, the whole build is by the company, and it's not true. I mean, the individual components come from these vendors, and everyone puts a logo on everything you buy. So it's really hard unless you source from factory to just build something without logos everywhere, and it becomes such a mess when you have like small rig, Clarus, road, like it's just no, I don't like it. Printable shrink tape. Sounds heavy. But, and yeah. I think putting heat shrink on them is kind of a fun idea. But I also have like a bunch of antennas that just don't have a logo on them that are actually performing better. And I have one right here. Maybe this one. Yes. So I have these. These are a little bit better, not a lot. Can I remove this tape? These are slightly stronger because they're bigger, so they work better in the low range where it matters the most. On the 5G spectrum, and like 3800 megahertz or 2100 megahertz for that matter, the antennas are always sort of good enough. It doesn't make a huge difference. It's on the 600 to 900 megahertz range, and then length matters. So these are better. Like this is probably what I'm going to be using for the build. I have, I think like 20 or 30 of these. They come in a plastic housing, but I remove it. Not always, but often I remove it to save weight. And if they're going inside of something anyway that is plastic, it's no use in having double plastic. Anyway, so yeah, I'm probably going to be using these antennas rather than these. Weight-wise, it's very similar. If you remove the SMA connector and solder directly to your leads, the weight is frankly very close. Or use flexible like sticker antennas. These are almost the same performance on the 900 megahertz band, but they're also way bigger. Yeah, I have a couple of different models of these that are wider, but they're all 600 to 6000 megahertz full range, which is kind of overkill. I see a lot of companies who builds systems like professional broadcasting gear. They choose one antenna that is more focused on the low band and one more focused on the mid to high. So like one antenna from 600 to 3800 and one from 1900 to 6000. And I think that's a valuable idea because until 5G SA happens, right? There's only 4G in the low band spectrum anyway. And 4G, most low band 4G doesn't do MIMO. So what's the point? Wait, is that a machine where you can sort of print on your own heat shrink whatever you want? Holy moly. That is cool. I mean, perfect for like labeling things. Heat shrinking on like, oh, this Ethernet cable goes to that and this goes to this. And sheesh, it's like a demo label writer for heat shrink. That's amazing. I did not know that existed as a product. Makes me quite joyous. Don't think I want one. It's cool nonetheless. Okay. I did some tech support at Moblin. Small stickers with logos. I wouldn't even want my own logos, preferably, frankly. I'm not looking to start a mass-producing business selling IRL streaming rigs. I wouldn't be against such a venture, but that's not my goal. I mean, my goal is to be a streamer first, right? Especially like with my family, with my wife, on her channel. Like that's what I want to do. I don't want to build streaming rigs, but it is fun. It's good money. Yeah, so like I do it, but it's not. If that's what I strive to do, maybe I would even have a company name, you know? Maybe I would care about a logo on the devices. But since it's such a niche market, I feel like, you know, a lot of people know about my builds anyway without any commercials or anything. Like Oddfella. Oddfella's like, oh, you built that one for this guy and this one for that guy. You know, it's like word of mouth. People know of it anyway. I think it's amazing and quite fun. I couldn't make it a DreamHack because my 4-year-old was dangerously sick with an extremely high fever, and he has had fever cramps in the past where he stopped breathing for over 2 minutes. He was all blue, like he was choking, and we thought we lost him. So yeah, when he gets sick for real, you just stop everything. And I remember like on Friday, he had like 41 degrees, which is danger zone. I gave him, you know, fever suppressant medicine, and then we went outside in minus 10 degrees, him and I, to like physically cool him down. And that's recommended not to do unless your kid has has had fever cramps before. Then it's like at any cost cool them down. Like you can even do like cold plunges with your 4-year-old. But we didn't go that extreme. We just went outside, stood outside looking at the stars, talking for 10 minutes, and then went back inside, checked the temperature, and then back outside. So like, yeah, a couple of hours that night spent to just cooling him down. But otherwise, it would have been really fun going to DreamHack mingling, showing off the latest build. It's always fun. But truth be told, I didn't have any latest build. I didn't have anything ready. I have 2 new innovations, where one is that I didn't finish yet. The ultra thin streaming setup. That's less than a centimeter thick. But that's not done yet, but it's coming. And then of course, 4K rig. We'll get to it. But yeah, okay, so kind of lost track of what we were doing. We said we wanted like 35 millimeters of this, and it's 40 wide. So what's a good way to measure this out? The transistors here won't interfere. That'll be fine. So even if I don't remove the ports, we'll absolutely be able to put it right there. Let me bring back the light. Yes. So we will absolutely be able to fit the thing like this. And then the question is, do the modem modules fit standing up like this? Yeah, they will. I have to make sure they clear. Might not be perfect. Kinda should go and cut this off. Otherwise I can't really measure this fairly. But I can do this. This is good enough. Zoop. Where's the 3D modeling? That's absolutely fair. So this is 9.4, so 18.8 plus 40. Is this exactly 40? Yeah, 18.8 plus 40, so 58.8. When I was in school all these years ago, I studied industrial design. So CAD drawing and stuff was part of my education, and programming CNC machines and some manufacturing, like a basic manufacturing, was a part of my classes. So, is this where the Scandis or Degen schedules hang out now? Yeah. No. So this would be too wide. I mean, if I remove the HDMI ports, it would fit, but that's really wide. That's flipping wide. Okay, let's turn it around this way. Will it fit this way? Better, but then it might not fit on the length. So I'm as a partner on Twitch. They promote me, and if I'm live in the middle of the night, there's not a lot of other Swedes live in the middle of the night. That'll be tricky. That will be tricky. It's kind of not gonna work. So this way would be best, because then it's like a tunnel. I guess I could put one modem on top instead, but that builds even more height. Let me math a bit. So this is 4. I should really take out a V-mount battery so I can have it just sit here next to me. But this is essentially the height of a V-mount battery. So I kind of don't want to go over that, which would be, I think they're more than 40 though, aren't they? Aren't they like, with mounts and stuff, like 50 something? Let me Google that. And there's of course different heights, but the ones that I use currently that I don't look to be replacing, they're 5 centimeters. That's perfect. Okay, so I'm limited by their height, which is 5 centimeters, which would be more like a 750, right? Didn't I have a 752? Yes, here. A 750, let's see. 60. Too tall. And what? 5. So just measure out 5. That would be the cooler plus one of the modem modules, right? Let's turn it around like this. And then put the modem module in like this. Yes, quite exactly. Now, even if I wrap it in carbon fiber, that's going to be at least 2 millimeters, one on each side. If I want to make it strong, I would use 2 mil carbon fiber. I do have 0.5 mil, 1 mil, 2 mil. Do I have 3 mil? I don't think I have 3 mil. Maybe. I don't think. No, I don't think. 0.5, 1, and 2. I could use 1 mil for sure. That would probably put me very close. That would work. Just get a small CC. Yeah, I really should. And 3D printing, I think we didn't really talk about that. I have no reason not to 3D print other than I can't pick my 3D printer. Like, I want to buy one. I don't want to tinker around. I want it to be like a reliable workhorse and kind of want to do SLS, and I kind of want to do filament, and I kind of want to do, you know, it's like I can't make my mind up. So I just never done it at all. What's the budget? I'm not saying there isn't one. No, I probably want to spend less than. I mean, I want to spend $500, but I could probably argue 1,500. So I've been looking at the Bamboo Labs 1X Carbon, X1 Carbon, to be able to print different materials in one print. So I can have like TPU for feet, for example. So it becomes like a little quippy. But at the end, I'm like, am I accepting 3D printing as a like material finish and look? And I don't. So then it's like, well, what am I going to use the 3D printer for? It's like making molds to then do pre-preg carbon fiber. Because then just like a $500 filament printer is going to be enough to make just 3D molds for things. And if it's internal, like just brackets or whatever to hold things internally within the box, then the look doesn't matter. So again, I can use a cheap printer. Because the X1 Carbon, I'm like, you can make some really cool multicolored, multi-material, complete systems, but dude, it's not gonna be enough finish quality. Like, it's gonna look like a cheap 3D printed part. That's why I'm like, oh, but SLS. No. I'm still gonna want to sand it, prime it, putty or filling. No. Oh. And then I'm back to sort of the drawing board. Like, do I actually even want the 3D printer? I mean, a CNC mill, 100%. You know, like the inefficiency of like making your own USB-C cutout in carbon fiber. Like for the port, like this. Like, I can't make it look that good. And I could, but it would take so much time that no one want to pay for. So to have a CNC that does that is super convenient. But really, if I only do like one-offs, probably be better having like a hardened steel cutout, like a stencil that I then file around. So it's not easy. Skip to the end. Copy selection. I love this. Yeah, I'll get smooth 3D prints. That's pretty neat. Or is it like basting them in acetone so it melts the filament? Huh. That's a very interesting. I mean, if it's the right sort of shape, does it dunk it or does he paint it with a brush? Does he spray it? Oh, he just puts it in a jar so the acetone evaporates and over an hour it just melts all the surface plastic. Huh. That is cool. Yeah, there's a bunch of ways of doing it. Huh. At the end of the day, I want a filament printer, I want a resin printer, I want a metal 3D printer, I want a CNC 2D mill, and I want like a 5-axis too, you know? But money. And at the end of the day, I don't need any of that because right now it's small scale. I can do everything by hand. It doesn't look as clean as it would with the machine. But when prototyping, I'm not sure the 3D design would make it any faster, like from start to finish. And And if someone says like, hey, I want the rig with 3 modems, or 4, which is like, I think 4 is like the most you really need. 6 if you're like a professional broadcaster, sure, but you're fine with 4, I think. The thermal envelope for those 4, and the power management for those 4, and the heat management for those 4 is just so different that you can't really have a base model like the platform you talked about the Volkswagen, because I can design the power circuit to be capable of all those 4, but then it will be overkill for weight, and power supplies in general are most efficient at a specific percentage of load. To find something that is equally efficient from like 5% to 100% is very rare. They exist. They are close to equally good. So, but like, yeah, they're over-spec'd for it. They can be smaller and nicer. There's a bunch of reasons. Small CNC and a small 3D printer is fine, yeah. I mean, most of my materials are aluminum or carbon fiber. The carbon fiber, you can have one of those tiny mills, and size-wise, I aim to build small stuff. So if my bed is 20-30 squared centimeters, so 200, preferably 300 build square, that's going to cover all of my builds. And like a 3D printer, they're quite often 250 mil squared. That's enough for what I do. I mean, this is 10 by 8. So, I mean, even if I put a couple of modem modules, we're still under 20. I mean, worst case, you just print 2 halves and join them together. But yeah, for 3D printing cases, there's like a bunch of reasons why I don't like that. Finish. Well, depending on what material you have, heat tolerance, stuff like that. I mean, carbon fiber is good to, well, like 6,000 degrees Celsius. No, I think like 2,000 degrees Celsius is fine, but the resin is not. So the resin is limited to, I think there's high temp resins that do like 130 degrees, but most, like if you buy carbon fiber sheets, like pre-manufactured pieces, then probably 80, 90 degrees before the resin starts getting sad. And at those temperatures, the power draw increases to a point where it makes sense to put in a cooler, because that cooler would decrease the power draw equally to its own consumption. And the electronics will be happier for it. How tempting to just do this. Done. All right, one more. Oh yeah, Build complete. Just add a HDMI cable and you're good to go. This is so heavy. USB cables are underestimated. These modules ship with Y cables, so you can power it off an external device, because this board cannot power these. The R5A can power 2 of these, although it's still best to feed them external power. But you can just solder ground and hands. Whoa, 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 whoa! Slow down. Oh my god, how can we do this? So you add power here. Whoa. And then you add USB 2.0. Whoa. There and there. Oh, I'm fucking this up. Everything is wobbling. And then you do there. Okay. If this slows down now. Oh, I really missed the pads, didn't I? Okay, well, maybe this drawing on screen didn't really work. It was good in theory, but yeah. What I'm saying is... well, actually, and I messed up the order. So it's black, green... Wait, black, green, white... No, that's ground. Black, green, and another ground, white, and red. No, it's one in from the edge, right? I don't know, whatever. Easy to measure, whatever. So yeah, you can just solder power and ground to a battery and do the 2 connections, white and green, for USB 2.0. And USB 2.0 can carry 480 megabits, which is plenty for live streaming. So even though you can connect these on USB 3, I don't see the point. More soldering, more wires, and the modem modules can download at 2 gigabit per second. But why would I need that? 480 megabits is enough data. And the boards support just being soldered straight to. So you just solder the 2 data wires and it connects and works. Very easy. Hi, Monkey Bananas. That's kind of nice chatting too. Don't type in my chat. We'll type on Discord. We're talking about secret things chat can't know. Just kidding. I don't want to. I want to change my mind. I want to go back to the R5A. It's just this is just so much easier. You put it there. and the modem sits next to it. It's gonna like just be perfect. Great idea. We're gonna make it work. I'm gonna figure this out. Because I want the cooling to go straight through this device. I could duct it. I could still duct it. It's like it doesn't have to use that aluminum extrusion heatsink. But it's nice because you thread those 4 drill holes, and then you just screw your 40mm fan to it. Super easy. No, this is off-the-shelf extrusion, so it fits a 40mm fan. And I mean, this is what I bought it for, to fit. I mean, you could do 3 modems, but 2 modems, 1 on each side, and then an R5A on the bottom. But it becomes a pretty big package compared to just putting these modems next to each other like this, because that's basically the same width as the board. And then like that. That is so much smaller. And then you could still heat sink, you know? You can make the hot sides opposed to each other. So the modems are hot on the bottom and the R5A is hot on the top. And sandwiches in. And then you can have an extrusion like this, but cut it off and make it narrower, because that's the same width. And the heat would soak out through the case, and then you have this little fins. I think that would be enough, actually, just having those side fins. But of course, if it's not, you can always put heat sinks on the top if you want to. But this is the size I would like to build it in. But these boards have so much shit we don't need on them, so you can't. You don't need 2 RAM modules. Absolutely overkill. We don't need Ethernet. Remove that bit and all of the board for Ethernet. Socketed Wi-Fi takes up twice as much space as an onboard Wi-Fi chip. HDMI out, like all of this is just HDMI out, and yes, it has the PD trigger, but other than that, like the actual voltage regulation happens here. So you could definitely fit this package with 2 gigs of RAM and all of the fun stuff like USB hub. That's a USB hub, or USB controller rather. Yeah, we're not using the camera in or display out. We're not using that, although all of that is on the chip itself. So yeah, we could definitely fit this in the package of a Rad XA03W. Yeah. How much antennas on the roof make it like, oh, well, okay. My idea is using plastic and having the antennas be internal within it. So basically, you can stick 16 of these along the side of the build. That would make it this tall, right? But this is a very tall antenna. The PCB antennas I had just a moment ago, I think they're 13 centimeters. So that would make the minimum dimension of the box 13 millimeters. Does that make sense? The SoC is smaller, right? Actually, it's not. Right? Isn't it the same? Enhance. 14 mil. That's a little bigger. It's actually big enough that it wouldn't fit. Like even if they wanted to, I can't see how they would fit it. That extra couple of mils. So this is power management and smoothing and filtering passives, you know, a little clock. And RAM, single NAND instead of 2. SoC with its clock. And this is power management. No, it's PD trigger, I think. No. What's that? Is that HDMI output? Actually, not sure. It could be power. That's probably the input power, at least. No, this should be input power because this is the power. But this is awesome power. This is power input and USB. So in case you power it off the GPIO, for example, red and black, then you can use this as a normal USB port. Or if you have a device like the J5A, JVA06 it's called actually. This is different. I don't know. They probably have many names for it, but yeah, there we go. Whoop. JVA06. If you have this, okay, we probably crashed a little bit. We're back. A device like this takes power input, and then you connect your host there, and it will actually pass through charge your host. So here you could hook up a PD. I've actually not tried this. Just want to prove it. And then on the host port, boom, you connect that to this board. And it should boot up. Now, it doesn't have any software loaded on it. But let's imagine it did. Actually, I think oh, it's on. Now I'm starting to second guess myself. Is it that? Yeah. 5 volts in OTG. Yeah. So this board should be on now. But like I said, there's no software on it, so nothing happens. But this is cool because that allows you to. There's actually capture cards, just like the camera, that has a USB port as well, like a USB input that has passed through. So then you would grab this capture card, plug in PD, plug that in there, and stream. They're pretty cool. Saves on wires and allows you to use this for data and for LED lights up. I was suspicious of that. That it didn't like the JVA06. Interesting. Hi, Oven. Anyway, this is the size I would like. Because then you could just make a triple stacked sandwich. Like this. And that's it. Dual modem streaming setup. Smaller than a glue stick. Would be awesome. Or use cute cases like this. But we're not there yet. And as I understand, this SoC is barely passable. Can't do HDMI well, at least. It can't do HDMI well. And uses more power. And It's better suited for RTMP. So that's unfortunate. But it's fun to have. And the best part, they're like 20, 30 bucks. On something like this is, at least for me, it's $200. And these are like $150 shipped. Yeah, streaming setups for me and Siri. I'm mostly going in circles trying to figure out what I want. I was kind of set on building like an ultra small, super flat, pocketable setup, but Twitch is doing 4K right now, and these boards can do 4K 60. So just put a HDMI cable in with 4K 60 and stream it. So I kind of, for the rest of the month, want that. And after that, we're probably going to want 1440p at least for the rest of the month of December. And in January, 1440p should be on a public release all over Twitch. So want to be ready for that. But then it's like other arguments like upscaling 1080p to 1440 will probably look equally good. And cameras like a GoPro doesn't do 4K or 1440p. So to keep the power draw, the heat, and also to be able to use smaller hardware, 1080p makes a lot of sense. And if I send 1080p at a higher bitrate, we can then upscale it to 1440p and it will look great. But this is what I need for 4K 60, for true 4K 60. DJI instead of GoPros? I don't. I used to, I had a DJI Action 4. Not for me. Not my camera. Like it's from a user's perspective, it's a lot of fun, but I can't cope with the 27 frames. All of DJI's cameras currently output a variation of 27 to 29.98 frames per second. And that unsmoothness I don't accept. I'm fine with 30, but then it's got to be 30. I mean, it can be 29.94 too, but as long as it's smooth, constant, I'm fine. But DJI's aren't, and it drives me crazy. So they're fun to use as a creator, but I can't. Yeah, Moblin's implementation of the DJI remote can trigger them to use higher bitrates. Although I haven't seen anyone really use it and have it work at more than 10. And even then it's sort of asking for trouble. They're not very great. The GoPro can stream at 8 megabits per second. Very stable. But why I want the GoPro is it does 60 FPS. And for POV rig, I think 60 FPS is the way to go. Plus, on a GoPro, you need the media mod and HDMI output for horizon lock. It doesn't do that over RTMP. And for RTMP on the DJI, you cannot set shutter speed. So you always get flickering LEDs. Most people don't care, monkey bananas, but I do. To me, it's unacceptable because we save all of our content. Our content is like a photo album for the future, you know. So it's for me to watch, and moments are beautiful regardless. That's an interesting theory. I don't believe it. I respectfully say I don't believe it. You mean to say that it automatically detects if you're on 50 or 60 hertz, and then sets the anti-flicker based on that. No, could be. I don't believe it. I love to be wrong so often. I wish friends could always just speak their truths, and then when proven wrong, that is just fine. I'm definitely like that. I don't mind you saying that you believe for this to be true, and then we prove it by evidence, and it's not. As long as it's just super normal. Going from the DJI Action 3, which had in its menu a anti-flicker setting, going to the DJI Action 4, they changed it. They removed that anti-flicker setting, and instead, when you set the recording, if you want to record 4K or 1080, you set 1080p 50, and then it will automatically set that flicker rate for 1080p 50, which is then 50 hertz. So they removed it from the menu and they sort of added it to the recording setting. But that is being ignored when you're streaming. So the recording guys, they figured it out. They had a great idea. But because they removed the anti-flicker setting, the streaming team, the ones that are in charge of the RTMP part of the camera, they're like, now we don't have that feature to call anymore, so let's just ship it as is. So yeah, there's no setting for that. And I mean, would you want to stream at 25 FPS anyway? No, you didn't. You don't. You want to stream at 30, but with the shutter speed set for 50, so you get like a shutter angle that is slightly off, but who cares? But yeah, so I believe that there's no way of making LEDs not flickering unless you're in America or somewhere where they have 60 hertz in electricity. I don't believe there's a way to make the Action 4 not flicker. But like I said, I'd love to be wrong. That'd be hella cool, actually. And to go further, my theory on why your belief is that you can just look at the light and the camera just senses it kind of only flickers, especially in high shutter speeds. So if you're at a bar during daytime and they have crappy lighting and you're contesting with daylight coming through the windows, the shutter speed would be like 1/480th of a second. And at that point, almost anything but like video lights will flicker. But if you're at late at night, so the shutter speed is like 1/60. Most LED lights don't flicker that badly. So like you could also just be in an electric region that is 60 hertz, and then you don't have flicker except on the daytime. But in Europe and Japan, and I mean half of Japan, really, because Japan, like Tokyo, is like half 50 and half 60 hertz, right? Is that, or am I making that up? I think it's something weird like that. So what I'm contemplating is, should I just build a small rig, tight one that I wanted to build, and then assume that Twitch is going to kill 4K after December? It'd be pretty easy to package that way. If I remove all of the ports, I could do that. But just the HDMI port has... I have soldered HDMI ports cables before, but it's 19 strands that are shielded, that you have to strip the shielding back, and then you have to be really careful with the heat because they're PVC jacketed, and PVC just shrinks if you heat it. It burns up, and then you have exposed wires, and then you're going to solder 19 of those just perfectly. And HDMI, especially at 4K 60, is very interference sensitive, so you got to keep the twisted pairs like really tight, as close to as possible. You want them twisted, and then you're going to lay them down. You're going to solder 19 sleeved shielded cables, and then heat shrink them individually or somehow, like Kapton tape them so they don't. Oh my god, it's just not worth 2 centimeters of space. But that's another perk of the Rock 5B Plus, because it's got its HDMI port laying down. Yeah. Like, I can solder these for sure. If they're silicone wires, I can solder them. So I guess what I could do is I can make like a little 2 centimeter, 3 centimeter lead that I then connect to the HDMI cable. But I would like to use 2.5 mil HDMI. And that's the thing, because these are more comfortable to use. They're so flexible and lightweight. But these wires are so small. I have opened these up and they're like hairs. And then again, 4K 60, the sensitivity for interference, getting it to work. When I did this, it was to be able to pass HDMI through a carbon fiber pole. So like I wanted the HDMI to enter, go through the pole and come out. So I drilled a hole, fed the lead through, and I soldered on the connector again. And I got it working, but only in like 1080p 30. If I went 1080p 60, it was just too much data for the integrity, and the eye, when the volt goes up and down, becomes like a little infinity loop thingy. And when you get interference, the eye closes and you don't see the ones and zeros no more. That happened. So soldering HDMI, I really don't want to. And considering we might not get 4K on Twitch, and considering upscaling might be good enough, and considering that the Radix A Rock 5B, which is basically this board, has its HDMI port laying flat, it does make a lot of sense to not build such a tiny rig, but rather keep this board intact, just not remove anything, and work with like USB connectors. I could solder the modems, because I can do that here. I can just solder the data plus and data minus to the 4 middle enhance. I can just solder them to the 4 middle pegs there, and then I can remove them and restore the board, because this board would make more sense to put in the card later on, and then all the modifications is just stupid, because I can plug the Starlinks in here, and just so easy to use unmodified board. Like if I want to plug in a Starlink onto this, it means yeah, I can't get 2.5 gig easily, at least, because I don't have the coils. So this would be too messy. If I'm aiming for 100 megabit per second Ethernet, then it's fine to just solder the connectors to it. But can you? Oh, you find them on waveshare.com. They're $30. Amazon sells them too. They're called USB to M.2 B key from Waveshare. Where does the chat phone linked to the car setup? Great question. Wherever you want. So the Bella box has a cool feature where it can become an access point. So basically turn into a router. You can just take a USB Wi-Fi dongle, plug it in, boom, and it will give you a Wi-Fi from one of its whatever many connections it has. So it's not bonding the output, but it's switching output. So if it's using Ethernet 2 dies, it will switch over that access point to Ethernet 1 or USB 1 or 2 or whatever. So if you have a chat phone without a SIM card in it, or if you're on a road trip and your chat phone runs out of internet, you can also hook it up to the hotspot that has the Starlinks. You can do that, yeah. If you want to. So I think these wave shares, I mean, it's from China, so I'm pretty sure they're on AliExpress. But for most people, these are not the best option. There are a bunch of really cool options, like the CM4 carrier cards that are meant for the smaller, shrunk down CM4 Raspberry Pis. Raspberry Nano? Raspberry? I don't know. But this classic Raspberry form factor is 4x6. So that's, I mean, these are not really made to fit in that. These are just made like USB dongles, but most carrier boards will conform to the Raspberry Pi form factor. This one did before I cut it off. One. It's just too easy, so I got it. So this is another carrier board that also has a USB hub. It's kind of cool. So you put your modem here, right? And then you also get a USB hub. Wow, so cool. This is designed to fit on a Raspberry Pi, but these old single board computers, they all conform to that form factor. So you just plug it in like this, boop, and yeah, put your SIM card in. You can output this to a computer or whatever, but it also, via this PCIe flex cable, 16-pin, connects to the board underneath it, if it's a Raspberry Pi. Good morning, Barpoint. This is not a Raspberry Pi. It doesn't have any 16-pin PCIe connector, so. But you can use it over USB still, so that's what I do. Or, like on the board, this one I'm actually not using, I just have it. Wanted to try. One moment, please. So this one, enhance. Look at that, 5 volt in, ground, V bus. I mean, 5 volt there, 5 volt there, doesn't really matter. Both if you want to. But this is basically a USB connector, right? So you have data plus, data minus, data plus, and ground and voltage. And then you have the TX and RX, which is for if you want to use USB 3.0, which again I think is overkill for something like this. But yeah, you have the SCL and SDA for USB 3.0. And as you can see, I've cut this off. That's the reset pin, by the way. So I've cut this off. This used to have GPIO going all the way, but I just cut it off to make it smaller. And this also has the ribbon cable to connect. But it works over USB, or like I said, here. Because the modem has a USB output in these pins, and those are just routed to here and to here all at once. what I like about this board is that it has it's single-sided, so there's no components. Well, I say no, it's these 0 ohms resistors that allows you to configure the yeah, it's just like a switch matrix. So you can configure your I2C. If you want it to be A0 or A1, you can just move them up there and move them down there. But you could, since I'm not using I2C, I can just remove all of these components and then it would literally be componentless. But these are, you know, 0.7, I would say, millimeters. So they're, and that's the length. The height is nothing. So practically it's nothing. And if you compare that to this, which has inductors, like huge inductors and a bunch of capacitors on the other side, this becomes much thicker. So this distance here can be improved. You see it's like a wedge. I tend to always grind down the posts. So that's the screw-in post, right? It's one for the shorter modems and one for the longer. I just put them to the belt sander and take them down so the modem lies flat instead of being like a wedge. But yeah, if we put a module in this one here, you'll see what I mean. It just lays flatter and nicer. So if it's the thickness you care about, let's see, how do we best show this? You see? And that's just for the board, right? And then if you factor in that inductor, that's the difference, right? Not twice, but a lot more. So for packaging, this is neat. And you can't really cut away this part because the SIM card, like, it would be amazing if they had pushed it in. Like, this product would be almost perfect if they would have put it in underneath the modem module. But they didn't, and it's fine. It's still a very fun size to build with. Oh, still a very fun size to build with, and it's short. So it's short, it's thin, it's not double-sided, so you don't need to take components into account on the other side, and yeah, very easy to solder USB to. Just solder to these pins. And you can use it for double purpose. So if you were to build this in the rig, and then the rig is turned off, you can just plug a computer in via USB-C and get internet to the computer. I don't think you can do two things at the same time. Like, it's not a router, but yeah, you can definitely have the board turned off and then plug in a USB-C and use it as a modem for your laptop. And if you want to be real fancy about it, if I recall correctly, the two end pins are positive, and I think something along here is the ground pins. And then you need, I think, 6 pins in the middle here that goes to your SIM card. And then there's the data plus and the data minus for USB. And then you can literally solder a SIM card to your module and solder the module directly to the USB port. And these want, oh, let's see if I can remember, 2.68, I think, to 4.2 volts input, which is exactly what a 18650 or whatever LiPo battery is. This is a 21700, but yeah, same. So I have tried this. I've hooked the module up directly to plus and minus of the battery and just like this. It works. It runs. It's happy. I mean, why wouldn't it be? Because it's the same voltage range input. It's like they thought that these devices are going to be used in cell phones and stuff. Not this exact module, but the SDX chip that is inside. So the circuitry is compatible with LiPo battery. So you don't need like, well, most of this stuff. This is the input power, right? So it comes in here, and then you have the voltage regulator, and you have inductors that resist the changing of voltage, so that it doesn't want to go up and it doesn't want to go down. And then you have capacitors, like tiny batteries, and these capacitors are probably for sensing, and then these are probably for output. They could be input smoothing too. So this is just like, all of this is just to take the 5-volt power and take it down to 4.2 or less, probably something like 3.3, which is in the middle of the range for the modem module to work with. And if your batteries that you plug in, like, all of this is just wasted, because you can just power it straight off the battery. It basically has the same internally in that modem module. So it's double regulation. And if you're using a power bank, it's triple regulation, because the power bank itself is going from that 3.6 volts nominal up to 5 volts, and then from 5 volts down to 3.7 again to feed the modem. That then lowers it to like 1.8 or whatever the internal SoC runs on. So it's power bank, input, modem module. Sheesh. 3 regulations. We call those safety features, though. I mean, kind of, yeah, but it's not like a battery has any chance of giving like a burst in like a power bank can fail open or fail closed. So in theory, a voltage regulator on a power bank could fail open in a PD trigger level that is not suitable for your device. I mean, I can't imagine it happening, but it could. So in theory, a power bank failing could feed your modem 20 watts. You know, I don't think it can, but let's imagine it could. But a battery, at least as far as I know, cannot just decide to multiply its voltage. It can give too much current. Well, it can't give, current is drawn, so no, it can't. The modem could draw too much current from the battery, but the battery cannot give it more or less voltage than it does. It can shut off, but yeah. Safety and double regulation is good when you're using regulators, but skip regulators and I don't think it would be any less safe. And these batteries, for example, have overvolt and undervolt protection in it. So if you're charging, for example, these are protected cells. It's like a little chip up here. The battery ends there, and then it's a little chip. So the batteries are safe on their own, as safe as a LiPo can be. So the modem can't make the battery go boom. Yeah. Oh, one moment, please. There might be Siri has an alarm at 6 a.m. and it's 6:02. So she's going to go up and go for a run. She's probably not going to have clothes on, so I'm going to leave you just looking at my desk. And I'll be right back because I'm going to get a baby monitor. So in case the kids wake up, I hear them. Okay, I'm back. You must go yourself with full chatting. Are you still here? In that case, I'll bid you goodbye. I'm gonna end as well. It's 6 a.m. I need to get the day started for Zuri, and then after that I'm gonna have a nap. So thank you for watching. Thank you for nerding. Very nerdy night. Good talks. Yeah, it's made myself significantly more unproductive in a good way. Like Sander has brought out a lot of points that has challenged my thinking and created a better outcome. I love that. This is why I like streaming what I do. Like, yes, I might be slower, but I also get so much nice input. So that's awesome. Plus, one doesn't always have to be all that productive. You can afford to fuck about from time to time. You guys want to listen to Dan Clancy? I love Dan's confidence. You were joking? Let's do it. How do you raid? I don't even know how to raid. /raid, right? Can I type here? I probably can. No, that chat program doesn't understand raid. Raid is created. Let's go. He's funny. He's funny so. He's getting a lot of negative community opinions. I get them. People want perfection and no company is perfect. But he being so out there, like there's probably no CEO that is on camera as much as he is. That's quite impressive. And I don't mind being a part of his ship that he's steering. It's fun. I like Twitch. Gets better every day. So see you the next day to make it even better, I guess. That's gonna be fun. I mean, next stream we might even solder something. Because I feel like I'm pretty set on not modifying the board. It's gonna be good enough as is. So yeah, raiders and everyone who's joining. Let's go listen to some music, and I'm gonna go have a shower and take care of the fam. Bye.